Good morning, everyone. Um, live audio. Cool. How's everyone doing today? That was a fucking crazy weekend, huh? Soon ripped to 124, dipped to 116, slow climb back to 119. Interesting. I don't hate it. Um, I don't know. I feel like if we move up again, we could break out. I'm fucking hyped for this week too. Can't believe you're brigading our zillionaires now. Shill, get your own Reddit. Shebun X, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Daily DD pinned to the top. Alessandro. Has it been mentioned? Look at RSX put interest. I'm sure it's through the roof. So a petition to ban you gherkin it from our zillionaires. He's brigading the sub with the Reddit share feature again. I know. It's like that, you know, they put that Reddit puts that share button there, and it's just so fucking tempting. I can't help it. I read something interesting and I want other people to know about it, and it's almost like they're trying to trick me into it, you know? Have we remembered who Yaz is? No. I I used to know who it was in the Discord, but now I can't remember. Daily with new live comments on the daily bullish. Yeah, I know. It's fucking sick. Good morning, Segan. If you post any links on Reddit, believe it or not, ban. Yeah, exactly. Uh, Ironically, though, the rule doesn't go both ways. So when moderators on the Supersock Discord post links to my stuff, that's okay. Anyway, any new news on those rules? I've been trying to look at them. Were they the rules released on 17th of Feb 001? They were approved on February 24th. NSCC 001, OCC 001. The NSCC one sets out new standards for risk management for margin obligations, and then OCC 001 sets out new standards for pricing variance swaps in relation to their margin requirements, reducing margin requirements for variance swaps during high volatility events. I noticed you redirected people to your profile and back to your old DD like an adult who is above all the drama. Way to be. Thanks, man. RSS FR Wall Street Bets. You're the stock god and our dad. We will follow you wherever this pickled non-cult goes. Thanks, man. Now that you've been banned, are you gonna admit you work for BlackRock? No. I'm just gonna admit I was a day early. The fuck was that? Well, that was a fun way to start the day. How curious. How very curious indeed. I mean, I think just by the nature of BlackRock, they're always holding some worthless bags on something. Have you had a chance to check out JFresh's new DDs? Partially. I know he went about proving that max pain was a forward leading indicator of price. Or something. I don't know. I barely read anything this weekend. Hey Greg, the other day you said just wait for ups. I'm still waiting. Well, keep doing that. It seems like you have a good plan. For those of us driving to work, meaning me, can you comment on what the price is currently doing occasionally? Yeah, we just opened up at 116.89 around there and immediately tested 120. Like first candle. So that was sick. We're now trading at 120.14. So DTC still owns DRS's shares. No way, that's crazy. It's more complicated than that. So the post I saw last night, somebody had posted something that I'd already been previously looking into. I was speaking with a securities lawyer about, and they were digging into this idea that the DTC has a share lender agreement, or like a lien holder agreement over all shares under their purview. And so I spoke with Mama P123 about it, and then she gave me some questions to forward, and I still haven't heard back. So on my end, I'm still kind of looking into it. I just thought it was really interesting that somebody else kind of stumbled across that same thing that I'd been digging into, more than anything else. I often use your stream as a podcast from time to time. Yeah, I'm sorry. I get kind of wrapped up in the idea that, the stream is a visual medium. And I forget that half the people here are just using it as a podcast. Oh, man. I made my oatmeal way too thick. Like, what is that? That's a fail. That's an oatmeal fail. It's literally fucking cement. Ah, whatever. Why'd you get banned on Superstock? Because J Smart doesn't like me. I'm sorry. No, the actual reason I got banned on Superstock was because that I had not followed an agreement that I had set forth with Braddock to the degree that they wanted me to. And they allowed rampant abuse of their users, both verbal, all verbal, just verbal abuse of their users. You should yell at Gamma Max for lumpy oatmeal, probably. Thanks, DBE. Hey, I found out about you from SS. I do think DRS is the way, but I disagree with your ban. Still a viewer. Hope you're loved. That's fine, man. If you like DRS, I'm fucking all about shareholders empowering their rights as a shareholder. I may not agree with it or want to do it, but I agree with your right to choose to do it. It's because the mods were vote brigading. I wonder who made you a moderator, Trash. It was sure as fuck wasn't me. He probably just doesn't know you very well. Well, he was supposed to reach out to me this weekend in order to talk, and he chose to instead move forward with a ban without having a discussion with me, which was very mature. Okay, I can't fucking eat any more of that. What's the bottom of the dip this morning? I've got the money for 2 more shares. I mean, so nothing really indicated a dip besides the trend analysis, but it showed that we could hit a low of like 114. Any of these 2 resistances, though, would be like decent entries. What changes in price will make you roll your March calls today? No, I'd wait for the FTDs tomorrow. Is this shorting with the 300,000 shares borrowed this morning? Possibly. Keep up the good work. Win some, lose some. There's great value you provide to the community. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. That's it. This morning candle was Melvin getting liquidated. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the extent of their assets at this point. Which direction do you think the SPY will go? I don't know. Futures started recovering in the pre-market. It could continue up, but there's definitely a little bit of resistance here, and we may see some consolidation. I think it'll be like a couple days if it can sustain this price level above 430, and then we'll see some continued moves to the upside. If it can't and it fails, then I think it'll drop. What options calc do you recommend? Option Strat, just because it's easy to use. It's nice and simple. There's some decent tutorial videos for it. SEC Rule 10C1. You gotta give me more than that on it, man. Is it are you talking about like the new transparency rule? Oh, yeah, it does. If you guys want to upvote both places, that's fine. I think I actually forgot to cross paste, so that's my bad. There. It's been so long since I've been able to cross paste stuff, so it's like I forgot. I got a pretty reliable source telling me the spy is going to go to the right this week, possibly as early as today. Shit, I'm not. I don't think I'm positioned for that. Do you think it's common for institutions to use market futures to create a nice little dip for themselves to enter cheaper when the market opens? Not really. I mean, the effect of futures on the lit exchange price is negligible and not always accurate, right? Like I mean, you can see a dip in futures, and unless it's above, like 100 basis points or something, it usually won't affect the market at all. Yahoo stats seem useless, but they're showing only 28.6 institutional ownership and 23.7% short interest. Well, that's cool. Short interest reporting today, I believe. So that's fun. We start to post on our GME jungle. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to. I used to, and then I think they changed their like moderation rules or something. And I was supposed to reach out to I can't remember her name. Okay, I'm drawing a blank. The moderator over there, and like set up like my approved user thing, and I just never did it because it seemed difficult, and I figured everybody was already in both places. I'm sorry if my trying to guess your race comments were insensitive. I also don't care what SS says about you. You're still my favorite Mexican. Thank you so much, Rotting Potatoes. I appreciate whatever that is. Do you dream of 16? Do you think the dream of 69 Snake Awards is dead? Maybe. Unfortunately, it may be. If DRS is the only guaranteed way for MOASS and you need 100% lock, why would you isolate a few thousand people with potentially tens of thousands of shares? DRS is not the only guaranteed way for MOASS. As a matter of fact, DRS is very unlikely to cause MOASS. But I didn't isolate anybody. It wasn't a decision made by me. Do you watch the show Billions? No, a lot of people have told me to, but I've never seen it. I really like Paul Giamatti, so I want to, but Do you see American funds, i.e. BlackRock, not be able to sell positions on MOASS as a catalyst for share recall? Margins blowing up, the Russian market's tanking. Callback because of risk tolerance. It's possible. But GameStop shares and BlackRock and Vanguard are mostly held in ETFs. So it's unlikely that they would recall them unless, you know, they were going to sell or there was a significant price improvement or decline in the value of GameStop. Tesla dead. Let's fucking find out, Victor. Tesla looks fairly good. This ascending triangle is a continuation pattern, and it has potential for some more upside. I would say at least a 842. Maybe 838 is a better conservative target, but it looks solid. Watch a fail. Somehow SoFi is hard to borrow with 895 million shares. What the fuck? It's heavily shorted. I have nothing valuable to say except that I'm saddened that your dailies are gone from SS. Yeah, but now they're just on a different sub, so it's not like anything's really fucking changed, right? You're welcome. I appreciate that good part. Pink won't let you, will she? I have no idea. I haven't. That's Pink. Pink Cat's on acid. I have no idea. She's always been very, you know, she may not like me or options or anything that I do, but she's always been very pro free speech regarding GameStop. And you know, she built her sub on the idea of sharing information and not blocking it or censoring it. So I don't know how she would feel, but I'd imagine she would be at least receptive to a conversation. I just haven't done it. Maybe not. Maybe it's all just purple circles. DM, DM, DM. Okay. We don't have enough mod presence over there at the moment to keep it from being overrun with super strong trolls. I mean, I didn't mean to set it up with live chat. I think I just did that automatically. I'm not used to having the option there. I don't know if I can turn it off. Yeah. I don't think I can turn it off. So that's that's all I got. I don't know what to say, man. Fine, Mark. We can admit you were right. Why are the DRS people still asking here? I don't know. Can I be a billionaire mod? Probably not. Stare into the camera and say his name. Do it for the duck and all the good work he put in over the weekend. Good duck. ASMR voice, please. That'll do, trash. That'll do. So where's MOASS? I don't know. Where'd you put it? Any thoughts on short hedge funds pushing DRS in order to lock the float? Knowing it will take years to do, and they can wiggle out of their short positions in the meantime. I mean, promoting a plan of inaction among retail investors is probably beneficial to them for several reasons. But I would imagine that is one. I've said it before. I always feel like DRS is an organic movement that has been weaponized against us. You elaborate a bit on the suspected crime slash rule changes last week. Yeah, I mean they changed margin requirements at the NSCC and risk management protocols, and they changed margin requirements for variant swaps, which is something I talked about the previous weekend in my DD, wiking off for OPEX. Um, Essentially easing the margin requirements on those holding variance swaps during times of high volatility. So the question really is, did they change the rules in order to protect a member, or did they change the rules in order to protect themselves from a failing member? And I guess this week will give us some hint of that, maybe. Thanks, Mitchell. SPY slash GME down, but Tesla's pumping. Yep, Tesla looks good. Uh, the SPY's not really. I mean, it's down from the overnight, but it can climb back up, I think. Maybe. We'll see. The political situation is just going to leave all of this very up in the air for a little while. It is definitely an uncertain market conditions, and they change rapidly overnight. This will probably be lost. You open my eyes to learning how the market works. People are so sure of just buying and holding a stock are limiting their opportunity to gain knowledge. Thanks, PyFi. Thanks, John Doe. From my own actual research, Billions seems to be accurate regarding its depiction of fraud and insider trading. I mean, so Curtis, while DRS does allow them to keep the price down for less money, it also means that when they have to cover, that the price goes up much faster. And this is, this is something we realized a long time ago, and this is why we started talking about options, because the idea of leveraging, this illiquid float, seemed like a great fucking idea. Still does, actually. And it's definitely put the pressure on the hedge funds as you see them constantly fleeing from every delta sensitivity spike we experience. Just drop it in to say good morning and remind all DRS equals volatility. It makes Citadel literally billions of dollars. It does. Citadel makes a lot of money off of volatility. It's a primary part of their business. What does SPY trading to the right mean? Exactly what it says. It's a very literal description. Has anyone heard from Lenixis? I kind of trolled him on Discord last night. I mean, he's around. Is Jesus for MOASS? Am I the Jesus for MOASS? I'd rather not be a messiah. Things don't tend to work out well for them. Direct like a true Italian, establishing a gladiatorial internet comment arena in the live chat of his daily DD. They cannot silence us. They can only hope to contain us. Thank you, Girk. Thanks, B-Jets. I deleted my Reddit account. I couldn't remember the sub. It's like FRF something. I don't know. I do know nobody cross-posted it in a chat. What are you talking about? The Friends with Financial Benefits think tank. Who was the first one to post about DRS on SS? You know, ironically, I think Turd was the first one to bring it up back in like April. Me Melev, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate the support. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club at the end of the stream, my dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
In what ways has DRS been weaponized against retail? I think the illiquidity it drives and the benefit to the short volatility parties on GameStop and the players, the people who are playing swaps on GameStop, benefit greatly from that illiquidity. I think the negatives about DRS are suppressed in the community. And you know, there's no real discussion regarding the potential downfall or downsides of DRS. And there are some, and like no discussion of the fee structure and the incentive for, you know, profiteering by computer share. None of this is discussed, but it's all there. And so, you know, I think a narrative needs to be started about like what's wrong, poke holes in it. If it's such an infallible system, it should be able to withstand, you know, some thorough diligence. What FTDs are due today? Are these ETF FTDs due from Jan 21st options fails or something else? Apologies if answered already. FTDs due tomorrow. Yeah, from January leap fails. There's some due today as well, actually. If I pull up TradingView, let me take a quick look because I have all the FTDs counted out here. Give me 1 second. So today's FTD is being brought to you by January 11th and 12th on the ETF side. And then on the market maker side, give me 1 second. No, actually, those are due tomorrow. January 12th and 11th on the ETF side are due tomorrow. Today actually doesn't have any ETF FTDs due because of that holiday. Yeah, those are tomorrow, aren't they? Hold on 1 second. And then market maker FTDs today being brought to you from January 21st. So the FTDs from today from the January leap expiration on the market maker side, that's today on the 28th. And then on the ETF side, actually nothing. ETF FTDs, there's a big like double day pile up of them tomorrow. But yeah, just market maker FTDs due today from the January leap exposure. People still can't count on charts FTDs. I don't know why, but yeah, the market maker FTDs due today are from the leap expiry. It's not actually due tomorrow. Tomorrow, ETF FTDs. Yeah, I mean, well, you have to remember, like, a hedge fund's incentive is to make money off of whatever situation they're presented with. And so it only makes sense that, when presented with a highly illiquid stock and a massive amount of retail shareholding, they would figure out a way to make money off of that, right? No, monetization wasn't the reason for my ban. All of the monetization rules they had asked me to follow were followed. If you try to dig into reasoning behind my ban, there isn't any. There's no good case there. The best one would be divisiveness, but that was something that the moderators directly encouraged. So thanks for all you do. I was a bit confused by something from your stream yesterday. You think short hedge funds escape their massive short position in shares, therefore reducing the likelihood of MOASS? No, I think they obfuscated their short position by using total return swaps, so as not to report them. I think that over time they are bleeding off that short position into ETFs and then using ETFs to wash away those FTDs, like money laundering, but with shares. So you make a GME FTD, an ETF FTD, and then you settle the ETF FTD, and no one's the wiser, right? Everyone wanted to know how they get out. That's a very likely way for them to get out. Yesterday you mentioned provable crime, aka money laundering. Is anyone going to file a letter with the SEC to make it publicly official? This could cause some much needed public pressure. Gun it. I mean, I'm not writing a letter to the SEC, but anybody else is free to. I'm sure the SEC is already aware. I'm still here. I don't even like you. I just want to watch Stefan destroy the entire world financial market and then maybe make some money along the way. Praise be to the Lady VWAP, Riku, Pigeon Whale song, please. Darth Dan, you absolutely do like me. Don't lie to people. And Riku to you too, sir. Sure.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. High scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi-Fi stream. Pigeon whale's cool and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named VWAP. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper in a bitch you see, but most likely you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 phones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling covered calls like Lumen, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Gherk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult.
So you clearly see where
Not a cult.
shorts flipped long on AMC. Oh yeah. There's several ways to tell when the shorts flipped long on AMC. Bob actually wrote a DD about it a while back. It kept getting removed from everywhere, but I think it's still on his profile. Hold on one second. Have you seen Shift Search? It's now easier to know if options are bought or sold. Did they update it? That'd be cool. Ooh. Very nice. That makes it much easier. Listen to me. Very nice. Call buying kind of going crazy this morning. Yeah, it was Friday as well. Talk about delta sensitivity and why it is or isn't able to be forecast. I mean, I think we forecasted a little, or Yelia does through her model. I think people fundamentally misunderstand what the SEC does. It's a regulatory body, but the majority of punishments levied by them are civil penalties, fines. That's where the SEC cooperates with other agencies that true criminal prosecution occurs. Yes, they do not have the power to pursue criminal charges themselves. People selling an eToro into 212 so they can buy LSR and DRS. Could this have helped short hedge funds drop the price cheaply by directing selling pressure and then dark pooling the rebuys, etc.? I mean, it could have helped them by allowing them to clear short positions and FTDs on GameStop. Anytime you sell a share, if it's not being, even if it is being lent, it would have to be recalled, right? And so, you know, but you are giving them true liquidity to solve their FTD problems. Yeah, you're right. I love you, man. Sexy, handsome Italian man I want to take behind the dumpster. When are you going to come visit again? It's been like 2 weeks since you last visited. P.S. Elaine, C for mod, trash can for spirit animal. Okay, thank you. Noted. Appreciate it, Darth Dan. I don't know when I'll have time. PP poo poo to you too, Carl. Pros and cons of reverse DRSing. I mean, what's the point? If you feel like your shares are safe and computer share, then just leave them there. Why would you pull them back out? It's a pain in the ass. I'm new Gherk 1.2, aka Warden 1.4. I think it was Pink that found and pushed it. Interesting. Can you talk about delta sensitivity and why it is or isn't able to be forecast? Okay, I did that. I thought Ryan was the first to post DD about DRS. Yeah, Ryan Cohen still no DD about DRS, unfortunately. Why no link to your daily DD in your Discord? I need to know what new subreddit to brigade. Oh, isn't it there? Here. Where can I get this song? It's Fire Homie. I believe it can be found in the Louvre on the Discord, the full version. Does Dillionaire song literally say that you eat goats because you are what you eat? I don't know. Have any of the folks in your group reached out to ComputerShare to ask those questions? Which questions? Do they make money off GameStop? I think their fee schedule answers that question. Are you talking about the lien holder agreement for the DTC? We have actually. They have, I do not believe, gotten back to us yet. Simplest DRS criticism. Yeah, it's definitely gonna take some time. One sec, let me just update Reddit real quick. Oh. Top of my day, Garrick. Top of the day, Garrick. Can you please explain how short hedge funds might get out of the shorts? I just came in and heard the end of what you were saying. Thanks for all you do. I kind of cover it pretty extensively in yesterday's member stream that I opened up to everybody, Dangerous Dan. But essentially, by creating new shorts in ETFs and using those to scrub the shorts within GME through these rolling futures contracts, but I do go more in depth with it in yesterday's member stream. Also, my wiking off for OPEX DD describes the process pretty clearly. I drew like a little flow chart. Essentially, it's when the SEC works with the other organizations like the DOJ and the FBI, then they become more powerful because they have more knowledge of the market mechanics. Then they give that information to prosecutors for prosecution. Yes. Yo, good work. Finish week near max pain, or look like we might run. I mean, we're right on max pain right now. I think we might see a run. We'll see. I'm looking for today, maybe tomorrow. After that, if I don't see a run by tomorrow near market close, I'm gonna close out definitely all my March 4th calls and maybe start moving into rolling forward some March 18s in case we are dealing with like a margin call situation and there's like a and they've pushed out their requirements per FINRA's 4210. It's almost like funds who hire the best of the best and then pay them millions of dollars to find a way to make more money than they pay those guys. I like the diplomatic pressure you're applying to Super Stonk. Keep it up the good fight. I think they should answer truthfully their reasons for the ban instead of using loosely compiled circumstantial evidence to back their claim. I also think that the rampant harassment and bullying present in the sub should be addressed. If not by the moderators of Superstock, then the admins of Reddit. If that bullying were to result in, the death of a member, which would be terrible. The sub would be to blame for not controlling that or any adherence whatsoever to their rule number 1. And the lack of enforcement of that rule allows that hyperbolic discussion to continue even to this day. John Riley, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday,
Remember that user that posted DRS book entry shares the ledger on every single share that you never see? Reddit post user and post is now deleted. I have no idea. If you had to guess how many shares of Jimmy are out in the wild, 62.88 million, give or take about 10%. Have you been banned from SS? I have. Trading at 120.45, just slightly above delta neutral. This is good. Our put call flip was at 119, or gamma neutral, sorry. Our put call flip was at 119, so hedge in our favor currently. Is correct thinking that if we maintain this price 118, 119, 120 until 10:15 could be very nice and bullish? Yeah, absolutely. When are you rolling March 18s? End of tomorrow if I don't see any price improvement. Was this an intra-hour cup and handle? No, that's not a thing. What about selling cover calls with the shares? There's times to do that. I would say that the time currently when we're expecting a large move to the upside is not a good one. But it is a very good way to generate income off of your investment. If you practice it safely, you should never be assigned. Yeah, I disagree, Ryan, that variant swaps are not the only reason for those puts. I do understand that there's married put calls and like buy rights, but there's no evidence in the call side of the chain to support that. Whereas there is very strong correlation between variant swap replicating baskets necessary for swaps on GameStop and the deep out of the money puts. What happened to ecstasy? Personal matters. NTRS, the reverse karma post. How can we stop short hedge funds from laundering their short position through ETFs? We can't. If you had to guess how many shares of GME are out in the wild. Good morning, brother. Missed the beginning of the day. 2-minute Reader's Digest recap. Shot up at open. Got shorted down a bit. Climbing back up now. T+2 plus 35 FTDs from January 21st are due today. I don't know why there was a miscount there, but I think a lot of people were thinking they were due tomorrow. I should actually double check and make sure I'm right on that. Yes, I am. So January 21st market maker FTDs due today. No FTDs from ETFs due today, not until tomorrow morning. Although they could cover the FTDs from January 11th today if they so chose. But they do have till tomorrow morning to cover those. A lurker, and I don't talk much. Keep up the good work. Also, when going on Houston's channel next, I don't know. I'll reach out to him. Hey, Pi-Fi, we banned you from SS. I need you to stop streaming and shut down all social media because I said so. My mommy said I'm a special boy and I always get what I want. Do it or I'll throw a tantrum and my mom will be super mad at you. Thank you, Super Stock Mod, you fuck boy. Have you seen the Troop DD about dupes and how they affect the price? Yeah, I have. Just sold 3 for C150. So can we stay below, please? Jesus Christ. Why? Don't sell CCs when we're expecting the stock to move. It's a good way to get assigned. Are you still planning to continue your educational videos? I am, yeah. And I should now have more free time to do that. Less arguing and pushing back against misinformation, more getting shit done. When shorts, it's almost freeing, honestly. When shorts watch the FTDs into rolling ETF futures contracts, they still have to eventually cover those, right? It just means that it'll be at some arbitrary point in time long down the line. No, only if they put them in the obligations warehouse. I mean, they could just continue to internalize and roll forward through CNS forever, as long as their margin permits it. The counterparty to that swap has to buy GameStop, but not them. As long as they can find someone who wants to be long GameStop, right? That's all they need. Excuse me, sorry. So to make all this work, the short hedge funds need somebody long GameStop. And what better way to get someone to be long GameStop than to make an ETF need GameStop? It's genius, actually. I mean, I'm also a genius because I figured it out, but with a lot of help from a lot of very smart people like Turd and Zinko, Gaff, Yelia, in a big way, because without her models, we never would have started digging into a lot of the options things that we've dug into. But yeah, essentially by creating this process, the short hedge funds create a buyer for their short position, right? What better way to get rid of your shorts than to have someone else buy them back? Thank you for all you do. You sound more relaxed and less stressed, to be honest. Thanks, Masinga. I appreciate that, man. What do you think of Choom Pop's March 1st prediction, DD? I mean, the problem with that, though, is that T plus 2 plus 35 is today. It's not tomorrow, but it's a cool idea, yeah. Leap exposure generates FTDs. It did the same thing last year. Last year, though, those FTDs hit just after OPEX. Oh, same thing. Yeah, just after OPEX. I think a lot of people are still counting FTDs by using like those boxes in TradingView. But they're counting them as a 35-day box, which is incorrect. Because the first day on the box is 0. So you actually only want the box to be 34 days wide. And that would be a total of 35 days, because 0 and 1 are 2 days. But whatever. That's fine. We'll just go up today. Can you get your thoughts on last Friday's SEC website release of 13F-2? Pull it up. I mean, I'm not going to pull it up, but they're changing the short transparency rule. You guys can look into it if you want. It just changes the reporting requirements for active short positions. I'm in meetings all morning, and you on my third monitor, but I can't listen. If hedgies are fucked, please send me a sign. I'll let you know, Dan Rod. If someone is selling deep in the money put leaps and buys relative volume of deep in the money calls, is this bearish? Can't figure out motivation. Deep in the money puts, if you're selling them, are a bullish bet. And if you're buying deep in the money calls with that credit, that's also a bullish bet. Do you think the markets could lose enough value to threaten short hedge funds margin requirements? Not really. Remember, they're net short, so if the market goes down, they make money. Unfortunately, no, Daniel Taylor. Chill. You cannot. This breakout is very nice. How's my math wrong here? T plus 2 from 121. Because you're counting the T date twice. So pickle GME ETF mean counterparty to short hedge fund swap. If I can get the ETF up and running, no. I wouldn't use shares. I just build a 3x bull ETF for GameStop. Maximum leverage. So you don't have a chance to break this system they have. Nah, I mean, regulatory side can stop it. I guess people could go out and buy all the XRT, but that seems unlikely. See Hazy's latest masterpiece? I did. It was fucking awesome. Totally disconnected from the SPY. That's what I like to see. So could we expect a violent move up this week? Now imagine you lost 50% of your common sense. Which weekly would you buy? You're gonna have to figure that one out for yourself, man. I suggest using an options calculator to find out the best position for you. I also suggest staying away from weeklies because they're very risky. I know it's early in the day, but today's starting to look good. There's a uppity chart that looked almost organic. Yeah, I mean, we've got the hedge in our favor now. We're breaking up into the 120s. I think we're about to see a move. Do I have COVID? No. I do have a cough though, and I talk for like 7 hours a day, so it's very hard to get rid of it. The SEC, DOJ, SDNY are all governmental organizations that are investigating people and companies that rather pay their lawyers 5x what the fine would be, because admitting fault is worse than fines. Admissions scare investors more than fines. Yeah, that's accurate. Yeah, essentially no fault is ever admitted, and fines are just paid, and business goes on as usual. What do you think the chances are that other institutions know this whole ETF cycle with CNS or are waiting for those parties to drop the price low enough for a critical mass of buys? I don't think so. I think other institutions are probably complicit or don't care. I think the risk on GameStop is too high for any long fund to get it, past their risk profiles, and then I think more active funds already do participate in the trading of GameStop. Lyrics ETF gives you 3x. Options give you 100x. Options on 3x ETFs, Braden. Boom. Can't DRS an ETF, really. I think in other countries you might be able to, like Canada. BTC ripping. I'm not sure on that, though. Don't quote me on that, but I don't think you can. I can't believe you bought Sense Calls. Me either. But I was just testing something, so I didn't really have any expectations for them. Is the action you expected tomorrow or something else? No. Is this the action I expected? Oh, I mean, it looks like it. We'll see. That's on volume for G-Wing today after 60 minutes of market open. I think it looks good. We're at 500,000 so far. Buy pressure seems to be high, which is bullish as fuck. So we could see an epic overlap of FTDs due to massive failed obligations and futures rollover all at once. Possibly, although futures rollover happens a little further out. But yeah, ETF FTD is probably lining up better with that future cycle than the market maker FTDs that are due today. Should I buy the dip on the ruble or wait for it to reach 0? It's already like a penny, right? I wouldn't buy the dip on it. I mean, sorry to mention SOFA ER is tomorrow, a lot on the line. If you look at shift search, am I interpreting it right? Boatloads of deep in the money puts sold, deep out of the money calls bought. Dollar volume is crazy bullish. I agree with everything you just said. Yeah, dollar volume I wouldn't say is crazy bullish, but it's nice. Oh, you're talking about SoFi. I don't care about SoFi. Why do you keep asking me about that? It's dead in the water. No bank's ever gonna let it live. They're probably just hedging swap positions. It might run. It's kind of, I think it's on a similar short cycle as GameStop, or it was at one point, and then it might have like shifted. Let me see. Ran up through October. Yeah, it's got a similar FTD cycle. Probably similar ETFs, but it's a little bit different. It tends to peak in its runs a little earlier than GameStop does. But you know, they're just gonna continue to short it. They present like a great deal of competition for the primes, and if the primes want to try to kill it, they will. Or at least try to suffocate it and keep them from borrowing money. Check T-Doc. Odd request. I mean, it doesn't look very good on the daily. It did have a interesting spike overnight. I don't know what this was about. Could be FTDs. Watch for a bounce. Reversal looks good. Rejected at 124.80, so almost 125. We could probably bring this down to 125. Oh. OPEX is bullshit. It's been dooms the whole time. Okay. Thanks for that opinion. Although there haven't been dupes every time. The only leap dates are January and June. So dupes don't explain last Feb. They don't explain last June. They don't explain November. So there's problems with the dupes theory. It's absolutely critical that you check your DMs. Secret band penis. Thank you, Popcorn Trader. I appreciate that. Can you give a little check on Clover? No. Don't buy that. It's garbage. Well, do what you want, but it's garbage. I don't want to look at it. Isn't another explanation that both theories may be right? If I saw call interest that indicated the use of married put calls, then sure. But no one does that anymore. It's fucking, the SEC knows all about it. It's super obvious. They don't want to just eat fines on every trade. It's not worthwhile. They have better systems for clearing out FTDs that aren't so obvious or blatantly illegal. It's so weird that telehealth TDoc would make an agreement with Amazon to do HIPAA violations. Makes no sense whatsoever. You keep saying that, Joseph, but you still haven't explained the how. GME quarterly options haven't had deep out of the money puts every time. How do you explain August? Better yet, how do you explain? I mean, like, it creates FTDs, but it doesn't create anything else. Arterial Bradley's deep in his chest. Are you posting elsewhere on Reddit? Yeah, I am. R/Dillionaires and R/FWFB think tank. And then November, Cam. Every high interest event on GameStop generates FTDs. Any price spike generates FTDs because there's not a lot of shares available, and so synthetic shares are used. But this has nothing to do with specifically dooms. It's the fact that the entire options chain expires and gamma exposure is settled with synthetic shares. Gaff or someone pointed out CNS can basically eat through FTDs. Yeah, that's what it does. Do you still believe that after Tuesday, or they can just cheat? It makes sense to allow retail to buy the float and options before rug pull. What? I mean, you can't rug pull it if retail owns it all. It's very hard. It takes quite a lot of pressure to drop the price, like we saw over the last couple months. Seems like we're not missing tracking it. It was already factored into my original DD. If you go back and look at Book of MOASS, I describe all of the cycles that cause price improvement in GameStop. OPEX and FTDs are separate. They do occur simultaneously. The more of those cycles that line up, the more potential there is for positive price movement. If we get OPEX plus FTDs plus them closing out futures contracts with the ETFs, you can get quite the run going. It's so funny that how like people are just relabeling the FTD cycle as dooms after dismissing the FTD cycle when it's the same thing. Are you expecting a continuing upward trend for a while? Sideways trading after the increase or another short after they cover whatever? I mean, it looks like we're still going up. This is good. We look like we're on at least a move to 130 right now. No, I think 130 has a lot of open interest, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. 130's got very decent open interest. Just not a lot beyond that, but further dated there is. I thought Gex couldn't be satisfied synthetically. Just remember I said that once. It can be, but it still causes buying pressure in the market. So they can satisfy Gex with ETF creation. They can't satisfy it through bona fide market making, yo banana boy. It took 3 posts by one fellow to develop super sex collective understanding of GME by 9 months. Yeah. I just registered for the 2022 SEC and FINRA examination enforcement priorities confirmation. Thanks, Broski. Cool, man. Well, the rule changed last week. It's like a margin call on a large player is being avoided, if at all possible. Either avoided or the rest of the participating members are protecting themselves from it. Like they're like, okay, this guy's gonna get burned, so we're gonna enact these rules so this doesn't happen again, right? Which is more likely than that they're trying to save someone from themselves. Do you get even more ruggedly handsome since you got banned from SS? Probably. It gave me a lot more time to focus on my skincare routine. Check Discord DMs. Okay, that's pretty good, man. Yeah, volume's still low. With everything we currently know and or suspect, how can a margin call happen if someone failed to meet their obligations? I haven't rolled my 18s. Does OTC buying pressure indicate covering on your time and sales? I mean, there's a lot of orders from OTC. They're not all buy, there's sells too. Do you think we can possibly get through the 130 resistance today? It's possible. I mean, if this trend continues, yeah, absolutely. Remember that most of our volume on days like today comes in the latter half of the day, so we'll see how it plays out. But if they fail to meet obligations, which we assume has happened before, such as last week, and a rule is made in their favor to protect, now what? We don't know. Because we don't know what they're protecting, right? We only have a small glimpse into what's going on. Is our Dillionaire's shadow banned? I don't see my comments on my profile. Not sure why or what that means, if anything. I'm not sure. I don't think so. I don't know, maybe it's gotten reported a bunch by a bunch of assholes. My 2 sells for 11,000 each has come up on WeBull, and I'm giving a little giggle. I don't see them, but congratulations. Just Citadel divesting away from Melvin make Melvin more susceptible to failing their calls and start the domino collapse? Potentially. Although I don't think Citadel would have pulled the money back if they felt like they were at risk. You ever buy an option and then a couple days later you can't remember why you thought it was a play, and then like 3 months later you're still waiting for it to print? Oh, of course. Viewers up since ban? Who knows? Are they covering some FTDs? Yeah. There's FTDs due today. Citadel pulled their money back from Melvin. Citadel didn't close. Can you give me a hint? At least not that I've heard. When we peak on this run so I can sell to open, thanks. No. Considering you're now free of chains, would you consider trying to talk with mainstream advocates of GME or figureheads? Yeah, that'd be super awesome. Last time Citadel took money back was announced on 8/20, 3 days before the August run. So it's possible Citadel might have flipped their short position. It's possible Citadel never had a short position directly on GameStop. They were just short GameStop via their ETF shorts and their larger sector shorts. And that Melvin was just in there fucking plugging away and pillaging value out of GameStop for years, and no one really knew it. And those things came to a head in January. Which, you know, is a very good explanation of why we saw like 140% short interest on GameStop, right? If Citadel's shorting the entire sector via ETFs and Melvin's in there shorting 100% of the float. How'd you feel if SS reversed their ban? I don't know. I doubt they would. I guess I would continue to post there. Or maybe just cross post from now on. Shares available to borrow up to 60K. Returned 50K a minute ago. Thanks, man. How do we ever get the volume back that we had in 2021? It probably won't happen. Why did I get banned? No one knows. Some circumstantial evidence about vote brigading, which I'd never encouraged. Literally 0.5 seconds after my fill, it dumps. How would you feel if SS gave the your daily... How would you feel if SS gave the your daily TA pickle flare? Yeah, a ban from Superstock over the weekend. Again, the entire situation makes you realize there probably isn't some grand conspiracy against anything. It's like an employee that calls out of work and then sees his boss at the bar. We all know Citadel is short GameStop. I'm not saying they're not. Oh, they got money from outside sources for variant swaps and to hedge their volatility positions. That's how Citadel makes money. I think you misunderstand how Citadel makes money. They're not like a like the hedge fund may be short, but the market maker isn't. That's not what they do. The Citadel can still be short GameStop by shorting the entire retail sector. It's just like small potatoes for them to be directly short GameStop. Thanks, Paradoxical. I won't, don't worry. I explain this pretty clearly in my Book of MOASS DD. You know, Citadel, Sauce, 0.72. You know, these big players short the entire sector. Melvin has a different strategy. You know, they're doing predatory shorting. Of these small cap companies like AMC, GME. Who else were they short? They shorted Activision right before it blew up. So what's the deal with a margin call? Was that a real possibility last week? It is. Especially with that very well-timed rule change. We have proof of these funds going up and buying commercial real estate at a discount of companies with massive retail presence. That's what I'm trying to tell you, is that they're short the entire sector. The big boys aren't shorting one stock, but by how's the best way to explain this? So they're shorting all these big retail ETFs, right? They're picking and choosing these stocks and they're shorting the shit out of them. Citadel is a very large authorized participant across, you know, BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard. So Citadel shorting all these ETFs, right, and playing these volatility plays, and Melvin's just in there shorting individual stocks in these ETFs. And it was the point at which those two short positions met. And that's why Citadel bailed Melvin out, to keep Melvin's shitty little position from blowing up their big short position. And then JPOW has continued to pump money into the market, making it impossible for the market to crash. And so, you know, Citadel et al. Have been unable to realize the value in their short position that they've been carrying for over a year now. No fund, nobody, like, no market maker is going, you know, to 100% short anything. That's not how they operate their business. They make money on arbitrage. And in Citadel's case, arbitrage and volatility. I swear to God, nobody ever read any of my fucking DDs. So Kenny bag holding, yeah, but in a different way. I know. It's almost like complex financial strategy is complex. Were you banned from SS for using all caps? Thanks, Space Monkey. We wouldn't need to watch the stream if we could read. Fair enough. First, he had a new job, so I'm not really able to follow the stream today, but I want to give a heartfelt thanks to Picklebro for everything he does. We all knew the FUD was going to be next level the closer we get to MOASS. Thanks, man. I appreciate that, Alex. So I've decided I'm long GME regardless of MOASS. Me too. But did you still think a squeeze is a potential? Yes. Maybe a decent potential. Yep. I never read any of your GD, but you have a great laugh. Thank you, Chad. What does Putin and Ken Griffin have in common? Simple, they will both be the cause of economic fallout of their own countries. Wouldn't submit birth certificate to Seberson. You actually wanted us to read the DDs. All the other cults I'm in just wanted blind followers, though. Oh, yeah, that doesn't work here. Post-MOASS, I'm just gonna buy Tesla and sell CCs. It's not the worst strategy I've ever heard. Is it possible if a margin call occurred? That's why we didn't see the run Friday. I remember something about an extra plus 2 days or something for a margin call. That's up to the lender, like whoever's calling the position. They can give them additional time if they want to, but you know, ultimately it's in their hands if there's liquidation that needs to occur. That's the risk, is that they then put the value of their assets in their lender's hands. Generally quit my job today without another one lined up, not because I think MOASS is around the corner, but just because I'm sick of working. Why is XRT still thresholded? That's like 2 months now. It'll stay on the threshold list till they decide to clear it. There's almost no disadvantage to having XRT on the threshold list, and only advantage in the fact that they can continue to short and use XRT for creation, whether it's reg showed or not. So it's actually an advantage for them to have XRT on the threshold list, unfortunately, but it is. You mentioned you were bag holding UWMC. Why do you think it got such a short pile in? I still think it's kind of undervalued, but you know, if they raise rates, maybe at some point this year it'll see a nice bump. So today can be the OPEX T+2 because of President's Day, right? I don't know. I called FINRA, and they really didn't have any fucking idea how their own holiday deferrals work. One guy seemed to insinuate that, you know, Friday would have been the 2 day and this morning would have been the final day to cover. But the other 2 people, you know, had completely different conclusions. One of them saying that they had, you know, 15 days. And I was like, isn't that only in the event of a margin call? And they were like, I'm not sure. And then the other guy didn't realize that they deferred settlement for holidays. So not a lot of information on that end, unfortunately. If a run happens with the stock, we go for a run IRL. Please don't read this last part aloud. Interesting. They're all likely working together, which makes MOASS simultaneously more likely and less likely, because it proves that the position is huge, but they're all working together. I mean, probably, I would imagine that Citadel took control of the position in order to ensure that, you know, Melvin didn't try to buy in and fuck them over. By having one entity control all of the short position, you know, it ensures honesty among the parties. They're likely working together, which makes sense. My new favorite SS shill poster is short hedge fund talking points guy. Cool. DDS is getting short attacked today. Cool. Yeah, a little bit. What's it down to? 257. I don't know. I don't know about a short attack. It did its usual like weird FTD run in the pre-market. GameStop looking bullish though. Is it possible to FTD the OPEX or GEX, or is margin call more likely? Margin call is more likely than being able to FTD it. There's no FTDing for gamma exposure. They can create shares and then use those shares to satisfy the exposure and then FTD those shares. But you can't just FTD the covering that's required. T plus 2 plus 2. I recently discovered I'm part moth, and the reason I joined SS is all the pictures of buildings with their lights on. How do you feel about GNW? I don't have any feelings towards it. I get free shares of it occasionally. SS banned me Pi-Fi, but not Gherkin at Junior. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help for the channel. I appreciate it. What the FTDs do tomorrow is today's price action signal potentially higher upside. I don't know what FTDs are actually due tomorrow. Is kind of the issue. I think people are assuming the FTDs from January 21st are due tomorrow, but those are due today. There's FTDs due tomorrow, but those are from January 23rd. Is that right? January 24th. Which is the settlement period. So FTDs, market maker FTDs due tomorrow would be for any creation used. The interesting day there would be January 26th, the day when they actually covered their GEX exposure from leaps. I think that's where you'll see the biggest pile up of FTDs from the January leap period. And that doesn't happen until hold on, let me see here. So that would be March 3rd that happens. January 21st FTDs from the market maker side are due today. Anybody, if they were counting T plus 2 from January 21st plus 35, that's today. Unless they're counting the T date twice. But if it's GEX, that GEX would have been due in T plus 2, right? And they covered that on the 26th. So I would imagine that March 3rd would be the next big market maker FTD pile up. Because remember, like, just because those contracts expired that day doesn't mean that there's any obligations from that day. Didn't we get shorted like fug on the FTD report days like every friggin' time? Tell me I'm wrong. For the most part, yeah. I think that might be just more of like a coincidence with the time of the month they occur. Because it's 35 calendar days, not 5 weeks, Dave of the Pigeon Wheel Daves. What can we learn from the options bot and Solitative thus far on shift search? Bullish, bearish, neutral. Looks bullish. Looks like lots of out of the money puts sold. Friday was pretty bullish also. Lots of Junes bought. Am I shadow banned? You're not, Little Beefs. I can see you. Please feel recognized. You guys have to pay your heating bill? No. But it is cold in here. I did forget to turn my heat on. It's like 20 degrees out. We're going to see 150. It's possible. Didn't you say FTDs mean more volume that day, but no guarantee of price movement as they can CNS? Yeah, so the thing with FTDs is it helps to have additional pressure because volume on the stock is being eaten up elsewhere. And then if the FTDs are net short to a greater degree than a long volume, then buying has to occur. Right. But if they're just, if they have net short volume and they just need, they just need buy volume, that doesn't really drive price, right? It drives volume. But all of a sudden, if some of that buy volume is being eaten up by actual purchasing, that puts upward pressure on this volume, which then causes improvement in price action. So it's when those FTDs are disproportionately balanced that we see their greatest effect. Or like November 3rd, where there's, fear and they just cover. The DDS options chain is super illiquid and it's got all kinds of issues. How do you play a stock that is at all-time high? You can just keep, like, you can use a stop limit or just keep like a trailing stop loss and just let it follow up. And then, if you want to try to play the downside, you can, but it depends on the stock. There may not be one. Do you still plan on closing your March 4th calls? Yeah, tomorrow. Did you get a diffuser for your light? No, I didn't. When Sens run? Probably never. I never said Sens was gonna run. I just I was looking into making an indicator that predicted a certain price movement that I was expecting, and Sens popped up on that scanner, so I thought I'd give it a test. Sens was never a play though. I never suggested that anybody check it out. Counting T plus 2 plus 35C via the calendar, it seems the Leaps FTD is due tomorrow. No. Today. I can count this 100 times over. You're counting the T date twice. Everyone does this fucking wrong when they chart it. Why didn't you paper trade Sens? Oh, because if I was right, then I would have made a lot of money off a very tiny investment. So it was worth the risk for me. But large funds aren't short the underlying markets of the ETS, so the ETS themselves, as they know about the shorting loophole. Yes. Use C34 and others using C plus 35. Yeah, that's kind of the problem, is that there's, when you use, say if you were to use TradingView, right? and which most people are using to count these days. Right, so you have a two bars, right? So let's set this here for January 21st, which was the leap date. And then, you know, this is 0. This first day after is 0. And so then you only need 34 days, which is today. Oh, wait, I don't have that open. Sorry. I don't know how that happened. 1 second. Goddamn. There. So when you have it set here, that's the third day, right? But it's bar 0, or it's 0. And then, you know, so 1 day is actually the second day. And so they're double counting the T date essentially. But it's when you count the 34 or 35 calendar days, you count it as 34 because the bar is 35 days long. Anyway. Nice ascending triangle. This is bullish. Give me 1 second. I'm going to update Reddit real quick. From a TA perspective, what would you be looking for with this current price action bouncing between 125 and 123? I mean, this is like an ascending triangle. So we're seeing higher, well, we're seeing the same high and lower lows, indicating that buy pressure is picking up into this breakout point. So this is like an upward consolidation and a continuation of the previous uptrend. So pressure is remaining high. It looks good for you know, a breakout in the next, you know, like 20 minutes, 15 minutes or so. Discord DM for PFOF report, AFM Dutch SEC. Oh, cool. I'll check that out later. Thank you. Serious question. What if you get an estimate versus actual price movement chart as it pertains to your date centric DD? Got an estimate versus actual price movement chart. I do. It's in, I posted on the Discord. It's in the daily DD today as well. Like my price estimate predictions based on gamma maximum and the current options chain. What are most trusted brokers for selling GME shares during MOASS? I really like Fidelity and Vanguard for reliability. I don't like them for options. Schwab, I never had any issues with Schwab last January. So they're pretty good too. Crazy how after all the bullshit drama, there's still 2,700 people in the stream now. It's almost like people didn't care anymore. Everyone's tired of fucking runic glory. So much consolidation. I like it, but I'm scared at the same time, as we've had so much bullish looking setups be killed by a random dump of shorts. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, this setup could get blown out. However, the bid side is pretty strong. If you look, there's a bid at 124.50 for 1,950 shares right now. So a little bit of a buy wall backing up this pressure. which is not normal. You know, normally that's not there. And so it'll be a little harder for them to short into a downside gap. Daily DD is pinned at the top of chat. But we go up June, we post positive net revenue in Q4. Or will they short it like always? I'm sure they'll short it. I do expect our earnings to be pretty good though. How are you counting T+2 from January 21st? 2 bars. Can you please count the days by hand? I don't want to do that right now. It sounds like a pain in the ass. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. $35's today. Are you counting January 25th as so if Reg T kicks in, January 25th is day 1. This is where everyone fucks it up. If Reg T kicks in, then January 25th is day 1 of that 35 calendar days. It's not the following day. Like I said, people are counting the T day twice. There's no T for Reg T. It's just plus 35 calendar days from T+2, which is the 25th. So 25th plus, if the 25th is calendar day 1, and then count forward. Yeah, I was banned from SS, not all of Reddit. And in fact, the mods enforcement of Reddit's rules is directly against Reddit's own terms of service. BBBY and GB are having the same trends. Yeah, they should all be pretty similar. Demelsify, thank you for becoming a Cornishon, dude. I appreciate it. What are the views where it shows the buy and sell walls? It still does. You talking about like the standard order book? I don't use that anymore. But you can still see buy and sell walls. It's just they're sorted by exchange on here. It's not. You're counting January 25th. You're counting January 25th separately from the 35 calendar days. Let me explain it this way. Jan 21 T+2 is Jan 25. Then Jan 25 is calendar day 1. Calendar day 35 is Feb 28th. There isn't an extra T day here. What people are doing is they're counting from the 26th as calendar day 1. And that's inaccurate. So it's not C plus 35, it's C 35. Correct. Not a problem. So FTDs from January 21st due today. Trust me, I've counted a lot of fucking FTDs. They could use dark pools and delay the bump. Probably, again, Hacksaw. Very, very unlikely that they can delay orders, except they're using foreign exchanges for more than the trading day. So while they might be able to delay those orders towards the end of the day, it's very unlikely they would be able to delay them until the following day. I'm not understanding the cone of confidence in your image. Why is it not right next to the price action? I mean, it's the range it displays is the range of confidence in price action. Are they using dark pools though? Probably. How's a margin call still possible with their protections? Because they've overdone it. They've created too much asymmetric risk in those same ETFs. In order to evade the massive spikes in delta sensitivity and continuing to short without really relieving any pressure through the last quarter, they have overburdened the ETF, which makes it less effective, right? Normally throughout this cycle, they want to relieve some pressure in that ETF as they move into the end of the quarter where they clear out the obligations so they can begin again. You're very pretty, Carl. Your head, you have a smooth head. You a status update on your bullishness of the setup? This looks fucking lit. It's litty, fam. What's more beneficial to you, Ko-Fi or membership? Asking for a friend. I mean, what's more beneficial to you, giving away money or getting something out of it? I mean, I don't care either way, man. You don't have to donate. Just hang out for the ride. I'm more happy to have you here. If you're so smart, then how do you count to 35 without counting one? Where do you think we close out the week? I hope higher than this. So them failing to relieve pressure, did they make a fatal mistake this time? I think retail didn't give them the option to do anything else. Even if it was just the people here that were holding long dated calls, that fucked them. Those long dated calls and those delta sensitivity spikes put a lot of fucking pressure on their risk. And now they'll pay the price, I hope. Or they changed the rules and we're playing a different game, but we'll find out soon enough. Here's $4. But that's just 3. Thanks, GoSpeed. You don't have to donate, guys. It's cool. When will we start seeing if they will try to roll or fail to roll? I read your DD, but I don't remember because I've been trying to remember how to count for the last 3 hours. So when the price goes up, whenever this OPEX and FTD pressure is realized, there'll be a period of consolidation afterwards. That'll either be us going straight down like November, or we will stabilize in a price range that is higher. Kind of like the Wyckoff model. If you look at my projections for that, and so if we see continued price action moving into the week of the futures rollover, the week before, that will indicate, you know, movement of those swap positions and continuous upward pressure on GameStop into the rollover date, which is on March 10th. Oh, YouTube takes 60%, I think, of super chats. So super chats are garbage, but I don't care. Counting calendar days is like counting intervals in music. I'm not sure who else can relate. Yeah, that's might be a good comparison for the new monitor fund. Thank you, Palma. I already picked one up. I got like a BenQ monitor that I'm gonna mount. Someone donated it for last week, so I'm gonna get that mounted and try to use it for like chat or something. Smaller donations since no SS. Brigadier Shill. All the months this year, do you think this March has the most upside potential? Well, given that this period of time represents all the exposure from December till now, I would say it's got a good shot of doing some fucking fun stuff. Here's $3. Appreciate you, man. Thanks, August. Is this OPEX? Could be. Will you please say this out loud? It's my biggest contribution to the saga thus far. RC tweeted margin call emoji on Feb 8th. 15 trading days later is 3/1/22. Okay, I'm about that. I like that one. I mean, tinfoil hat, but sure. I keep farting just to give this rocket some gas. I think it's working. Should I DRS my farts as well, just so they can be held in my name? They already are held in your name, Carl. Specifically, remember you saying we have to donate. Now I'm going to get you banned from SuperTube. Love you, man. Keep on keeping on. Thank you, Subway Cup. SPY looking like it might actually be targeting 440, 442 by end of day. It's possible. Man, it's climbing pretty hard. I mean, this second shoulder bounce is strong. I think I had something on TradingView for that. Maybe I did an analysis on the SPY last night, right? Am I fucking losing my mind? Thanks for putting the effort in, though. Don't really have something to say. Oh, I appreciate it, Mario. Don't worry about that. Thank you so much, man. We're gonna wait and we're gonna wait and we're gonna wait until they feel the pain, until they start to bleed. We're at this point of the movie, in my opinion. I like it. Bullish. You're just saying bullish shit, and I fully agree. Morning, bud. Super busy morning for work. Just tuning in. Well, 126 for you guys listening in. Mind giving me a recap of why we're up this morning? P.S. Great seeing you smiling. Obligations are getting covered to some degree. I think that's pretty obvious given that the SPY is still red. What else? I would say that's about it. It's slow, low volume. Probably FTDs from January 21st. No. There is no T plus in the 35. It's just 35 calendar days. And yes, day one of the 35 calendar days is the last day of T plus 2. Is March 10th the start of a window? Like how OPEX is a 3-day window for expected movement. March 10th would be the end of a window. Generally, if they've rolled forward and closed out those forward contracts, the price action will be resolved by March 10th when the rollover period ends. One more question, sorry. On your TradingView chart, there are a couple of C-day bars with 31 or 33 days. If it's okay, could you explain those quickly? Holidays. So those C bars that are either shorter or longer are due to a holiday, because holidays affect the 35C if the day 35 would fall on a holiday. So if day 35 doesn't fall on a holiday, it just glosses over it. But if day 35 falls on a holiday, those FTDs will either be due before or after the holiday. And so that can extend that bar. It can go one back or one forward. You get a pic of your monitor setup after I get the next one. Yeah, I think there's a picture in the Discord of my current setup. I think the one thing this whole saga that stands out the most is how much of a legal degree one needs to count days. Well, there's a lot of rules. Hey, Gert, can we get an SS was wrong tier? I'm thinking is T plus 69 costs per month. I'll think about it, Jibs. How can people have 6K asks? I mean, some brokerages allow for it if they're self-clearing, but usually the clearinghouses will close those orders. Like they'll let them hit the tape, but then they'll close them. PP poo poo, please stop making me donate this every week, threatening to harm the Roombas if I don't. It's the way of the world, Carl. I don't know what to tell you. Here's $0. Thanks, man. You're about to get unbanned on Supersonic if this is OPEX. I highly doubt it. Making money with you guys is even more fun than losing money with you guys. Thanks, Kevin. And it's a win it. Earlier you said there wasn't FTD. No, I said there was FTDs due today. Or after we counted them. Yeah, we counted them and then realized that maybe. I don't remember, Ben. I think someone brought up the Doom thing, and then I counted the FTDs, and they're due today, not tomorrow. Unable to watch the stream yet this morning, but I wanted to show that you're supported and loved. Long live Pi-Fi. Thank you so much, Heal Me, though. I appreciate that, man. I do a lot. Thank you. Seriously, though, if I had just been buying leaps all year instead of super deep out of the money and even add the money short-dated monthlies, yeah. But you know, leaps are outside of most people's outside of the affordability for most retail investors, I think. Yeah, I don't know how accurate the shift search bot sold it thing is. They just instituted it, I guess, today. So give it some time. I'm sure they'll adjust it. Are you drinking V8 juice and a highball? No, it's a Americano, sort of. Like a very strong Americano. You're excited here with drawn with SS. You don't deserve it. Thanks. In your opinion, why has this cycle so far seen such lower volume traded? More spread out due to the holidays would be my best guess. What's the Y-on at 126.78 mean? It's just resistance. Wait a minute, is he banned on Supersonic? I am, because supposedly people from my Reddit or my Discord were brigading the sub that they were members of. March 4th 90C is looking good. Nice. If we continue to creep up after today, would that add support to the liquidation idea? Yeah, possibly. Or if we just get, I think if we see liquidation, we're going to see a lot of volume. Like if there's a margin call, it's not going to be a slow creep up. It's going to be a buy-in, and a big one. It's no problem. You've already got James Rowland posting your DD for you. That's a bit harsh. He's posting everyone's DD for them. It's actually cool. I don't mind what he does. You know, it's just that the risk of putting misinformation out there, like just the T35 thing for the Dooms is a great example. You know, everybody's now convinced that March 1st is the FTD date for January 21st, and that's factually incorrect. You know, and that's the issue with that, is that there's little misunderstandings that spread and become their own, you know, like their own entity of belief. And they're based on like flawed data. Isn't a very strong Americano just a full mug of espresso? Yes, it is. 6 shots and a bunch of ice. A slightly watered down. Yeah. One of the quote unquote mod brigaders they screenshotted didn't even have a Reddit account at the time. Whatever, man. Who cares? Fuck it. Like, seriously. Volume on June 120C is picking up. Cool. Yeah, that was an old one. So yeah, I changed it out of. I didn't even realize that was the Putin riding the bear meme was still there. So yeah, I changed it out because obviously insensitive to the Ukraine situation. People are saying MOASS is very close, but why are we lowering our highs on each run up? This last one was a bit different, right? We were actually, we approached the November OPEX at the highest trading price that we'd ever run into an OPEX state. And then the subsequent shorting after November was in direct relation to delta sensitivity spikes, meaning that if they ran the stock into these spikes, the rate of hedging would have caused the price, caused a gamma ramp essentially. And so they continued to short under this pressure all the way until now, where we start to see the price coming back up, but delta sensitivity is a little lower now. And so by doing this, they were dodging putting those naked calls in the money. And this is something similar that you see in all short squeezes, and it's also known as, the dip before the rip. As they attempt to escape the upward pressure of that options chain. Eventually, they can no longer short, and they reach a price at which buy pressure is much higher, which, for GameStop was, 87 to 100. It's March 1st, Girk. I'll see you tomorrow. James, I'd appreciate that more if it was like your prediction, but it's not. It's just like Bob's and Zinko's, and it's miscounted. You can't challenge me with someone else's DD. It's ridiculous. Should switch it out. One of the writing Darth Dan. Been losing interest in Superstock for a while now. Only thing that kept me was your daily DD. Guess I'm out as well. It's unfortunate that it's gonna create division, but it is what it is. Try and stay away from negative manufactured narratives besides pushing back against accounts talking FUD. PiFi shouldn't, in my opinion, talk about any of it. That's what they want. Interesting. FTDs for January 21st are due today. Can you take a look at Express? I wouldn't. Express is trading at its gamma maximum right now. It's moving up, but it's unclear how much sustainability the price will have beyond this point. So I don't like it. If it's something that you're playing, good luck to you. I hope it continues to run out, but there's not a lot of price stability where it's trading now. Carl, are you timing everyone out again? Dan Work, thank you so much for becoming a Pigeon Whale. I appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I will get you added to the Royal Society for the advancement of cooing. Space Monkey, thanks for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I'll get you a song in a second. Is it because people buy a bunch of zero DTs at the end of the week? Somebody.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. High scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5.
If today is the run for T plus 2 plus 35, then why are we bullish going into tomorrow and forward?
I hope you ain't gonna be a paper in a bitch you see. But
Oh, because the increase in price can cause, you know, more delta to be hedged. And then also we're moving very close to the futures rollover as well. And with all of the exposure generated in ETFs this previous quarter, it's very possible that we start to see some of those forward contracts closed out and continued price improvement from there. Similar to last year's February, March, and May, June runs, right? Where we kept running beyond the OPEC state. You get that Billionaire song going. Thank you guys for the support. I really appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD. What's
Dave Lauer selling on Twitter these days? Superstock is just screenshotting every tweet. I think his platform's going live this week or something, maybe. I don't know what's going on. I think Kick James rolling. Diamond hit at March 4 150s. How would that be unreal? I mean, he just plagiarizes people's shit. It's not like shocking. Even if I did, but I didn't. He's still here. Mario C, welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
Welcome to Cornishon.
I have March 4th, March 18 XRT calls. I got Friday $82 strikes. I feel like it will pop by Friday big. Any thoughts? That's cool. It's not related to his platform at all. Ooh. Is it just like the SEC transparency rules then? The grass says they don't hedge calls until the risk is huge. Yeah. I mean, they're definitely taking on a lot of delta risk. That's why if people do exercise in mass, it can really blow up their position. Interesting. Power on Stuart show. Lars says about his platforms do a big push for market change. Oh, cool. If you're 160 tomorrow, would you pull the cord on 130 weeklies, or do you think we continue to run Wednesday? That depends on how much price action we get. If we see a big spike in IV, I'll probably pull the cord on a lot of contracts. What price do we have delta hedging pressure right now? Above 120, so currently. Looks like they covered FTD exposure. Not necessarily. They're just shorting. There's a gap in the order book. They shorted it down. I read the explanation. It was incorrect. But I didn't delete it. I'd imagine if he got timed out, it was because he was spamming March 1st, I'll see you tomorrow over and over in chat. Spy in trouble? No. Peaked. Coming back down. We'll see where it finds support. I think it could drop as low as 435-ish in the midday. Yeah, we're approaching noon now, so expect volume and, you know, the market to kind of take a break. If we see another run up on the 69th day, March 10th, that's possible. Jimmy look like a reverse head and shoulders on the 1 hour. Not a timeline worth looking at. Don't worry about the drama. Thanks, AL. Yeah, I mean, even here on the 4 hour, this is a reverse head and shoulders. But the question, I think the question here is this this was just due to that like overnight correction. So, you know, would we have just seen sustained price increase had that not happened? This was more a move with the market than it was like direct shorting on GameStop. Are they still hedging 3-to-1 or is that decreased? I haven't looked at the put call ratio for today. I'm not sure if it's 3-to-1, but it's still call favored. There's far more calls expiring this Friday than puts. The 35C day for FTDs, when do orders need to be submitted? T is the date of failure. So, and then they have 2 more days to cover. Market close on T day, which is the 21st. 2 more days to cover. 35-day Reg T extension beginning on the 25th. Have you watched Peep Show? I have. I love that show. It's awesome. If we're green at all tomorrow, he's going to claim victory. We're up 2%. You're wrong, Pickle Man. I don't care. Let's see. Have you watched? As long as we go up, I don't give a shit. I have options. I don't fucking care who's right. Long time lurker, and I know you don't need to hear it, but I really appreciate you streaming every single day and sharing your knowledge. We'll continue to watch. Thank you, Travo. I appreciate that, man. I think the holiday moved OPEX out, but they also changed the rules on Thursday. It's hard to tell which caused which. With today being the covering day, is there any FTDs or catalysts for price action tomorrow? I mean, there's still an obligation for OPEX that hasn't come through. We're not, if we're seeing it today, we're not seeing it yet. Just dying and updating Reddit real quick, guys. Sorry. John Stewart plus Dave Lauer this week is immense FOMO wave. Sounds like hopium. Which Reddit are you updating? Our Dillionaires. Anything come up that would explain the current cycle better? I mean, there's still the possibility that the holiday delay pushed out FINRA settlement requirements. FINRA unable to confirm themselves, at least in my talks with them. There's FTDs due today. And I discussed the rule changes in the Discord already, in the announcements channel, if you want to take a look at that. But it is hard to see. It's hard to tell if the rule change is to protect a party that's at risk, or if, I mean, the second one kind of looks like protection of a party at risk. But it's hard to tell if the rule change benefits a party at risk or just protects the other parties from the party at risk. Thanks, kind of huge. I appreciate that. Do you know the daily looking more and more like textbook face C of Wyckoff? Almost perfect after year-long consolidation. Oof, that's lots of fuel. It is lots of fuel. I'm also excited, Stefan. Do you know anything about MULN? No. Ever since your neighbors got that dog, you haven't been the same. Feel bad for you, Flonase. I don't like using that shit. I ran into Viggo Mortensen yesterday outside of Blue Note. Aragorn for MOASS. Fuck yeah. Is the audio choppy for anyone else? I don't know. Is it? No? Okay. How do I get OTC displayed on my volume analysis widget in WeBull? Do you have the paid order book or no? If you have the paid order book, you should be able to just go to like order book settings, and you can go to market by order, L2. Thoughts on buying oil, or is this the top? Yeah, it might be chasing at this point. It could continue up. I don't know. I don't know how the sanctions are going to pan out, but it's possible that it'll just continue up. Volume is low as fuck. It is, Bob. When audio gets choppy, we have to restart the YouTube app. I'll bet that person was on mobile. Oh, okay. Yeah, it might be like the cache or something. Is that all of the GEX? Not necessarily. It's just the midday. Volume's low. There's gaps in the bid side. They're shorting into them. Relax. we haven't really lost a lot of value from our peak. Just down a couple bucks. Physically incapable of relaxing. Same. I would say if we fall below VWAP, that would be a little more concerning for the rest of the day, but wait until tomorrow to roll March 18, March 1st for the win. Waiting until tomorrow to roll March 18, March 1st for the win. Yeah, I'm going to wait. Was GEX supposed to be volatile? I thought it was supposed to go consistent like this. I mean, usually it's pretty volatile. August, June, or August, May, February were all very volatile. November was kind of a slow drive up, but a faster drive up than this. See Citadel's documents filed today? No, but I'd like to see a link if you have one. The scalping calls puts based on intraday movement on days, weeks we don't expect movement or reasonable strategy. Even on sideways days, there's money to be made there. There is. It's risky. There's money to be made generally on days where high numbers of FTDs are due and they clear out in the morning CSI dump or CNS dump. The explanation of the market mechanics of GME at the beginning of yesterday's stream may have been the best you've done. I think I may actually understand it now. Will you clip it? Yeah, I can try. Why are we stuck at 125? It's midday. Spy dropping, maybe? Yeah, Spy had a little bit of downside. We'll see how this plays out. Not a lot being covered. We're moving down towards VWAP. It's safe to say shorting has literally zero to do with legitimate price discovery at this point. Fair. Interesting, Andrew. Spy reverse head and shoulders, maybe. When is the new SI numbers reported? Is it after market close? Yes. And it may be reported tomorrow. I'm not sure. I think it's reported tomorrow. Is now a good time to buy rubles? Probably not. Citadel annual report is out. Ooh. Swiss cheese is my favorite cheese. No, it's not terrible. It's not my favorite. I tried buying $100 worth of rubles, and the seller just kept staring at the screen and handing me more and more and more of them. That's good, right? Any other good news for Jamie? Borrow interest rate raising, 100% utilization, something else. I mean, Ortex is showing 100% utilization, has been for a while. Borrow rate's been fairly static for a few days now. Did you take a look at Dash? Suppose. Looks like maybe they had some FTDs due today too. Although I wouldn't say that they're undervalued, even at this price point. I think they were overvalued for most of the pandemic. I'd be cautious. It could be a good entry point if you want something long term, but it could still lose value. Does something happen? Why down? Midday. Dip. Pull up MMTLP chart quick. If you have a broker that you can buy it, you're eligible for the special dividend. Oil price rising, plus our assets per barrel would be $55 to $75 share payout. I don't know if I can pull it up on here. No. I could probably pull it up on TradingView for people to see. Nope. Is that like their warrant or something? I probably have to pull that up on like Schwab or something like that. What are EMAs or VWAP useful? Seems like we just slice through them like butter here. When they provide support. MMTLP. Oh. Metamaterials. I'd have to look into the dividend. It sounds very interesting though. I have to read up on it a little bit more before I bought any. It's cheap enough that I can just buy it and then find out, but that's their preferred dividend share. Okay. Sounds like a pump and dump. MMCLP people for a chart, you can buy it on TD. How bullish are you on significant price improvement this week? Pretty bullish. Citadel has released their 2021 financial statement. They increased their short position by 8.2 billion from 2020. Awesome. Ramen. I feel like we're just losing ground with the market here. Yeah. We're just falling. This is just like active fund investing, and like there's not enough volume to support or sustain our price. So if the SPY bounces, hopefully we do too. Does GAF own shares? Yeah, as far as I know, yeah. What would you do if it weren't for trading? I don't know. Something else? SPY bear trap? Maybe. Or just down. I don't know. It depends on how strong the reversal is. Or if there's a reversal. What's going on with DDS today? I don't know what's happening. DDS is just super illiquid, so it bounces very, very hard on very, very little volume. Looks like it's just getting dragged down. Some selling, maybe. Trouble dealer. So if we hit 125, you'd be expecting big ups. If we can cross 125, it unlocks a bunch of the OI and pushes our hedge forward. Looks like we got shorted down from that though. So we'll see what happens. Sold my old pad. Falls from earnings up 250%. Bought some leaps on Friday. I think the fundamental outlook is bullish. Do you have any thoughts from a TA perspective for OPAD? Not really, but I can take a look. I mean, I'd be looking at this like 517 resistance to see if it crosses to the upside. I would say that like a test of 650 is in the cards if it continues to grow. But you know, this could peak out here and come back down to like the $4 range. So I'd be wary of a turnaround there. But if you have leaps, you probably have time for it to realize more value. I don't really know anything about the company. But its current trend looks very bullish. I have a bunch of MMTLP. It's a spin-off oil property that MMAT sold is selling from Torchlight when they merged. Cool. Tomorrow earnings and a potential dividend update due by the end of March. Oh, okay, yeah. I remember you talking to me about this pretty extensively. Good luck. Should I have the FTD data released today? It seems the same as the oopsie FTD data released 2 weeks ago. Interesting. I wonder, are we processing the FTD data yet? I think it's out, by the way. Guys. Where's Turd? As we already had it early. Should we make sure it's the same? Thanks, NVR Shillin. Zoom out, today's price action looks like our yearly chart. I have the data in processing right now. Okay, cool. It's the same data we already had, right? Because they already gave us through the 15th. I've been in MMAT since October 2020 when I found out Tesla works in the same building as their Halifax location. I'm Canadian, long-term mega bullish. Cool. Cross-checking it. All right, for sure, Bob. Let me know. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna take a quick break and just walk around a little bit. While we kind of chop here on this resistance. I'll be back in about 5 to 10. All right, I'm back. I'm downing with the market for the most part. Yeah, I think we're overperforming a little bit earlier in the day. Now about probably even. Is there a special membership for the Louvre? No, it's open to everybody. It should be in there. You could also, if you're looking for the Billionaire song, you could probably ask. Here, I'll just post it in the announcements. 25 puts, 20 million. That's fucking interesting. Oh, that's not fucking okay. That's the wrong stock. Jesus, it's like, what the fuck is that? June 120s picking up a bunch. Just don't look bought to me. Situation. Open interest climbing. Those look sold. Yeah, they're like little buy sell indicators, kind of hot garbage. Uh, yeah, a lot of these puts all look heavily sold. They're indicating like buy or slight buy, but I don't see it. I'm looking at the Discord. Look, he was gonna lead the Black Parade with that hat off and hair down. Fuck you, turd. I joined, but maybe I'm not added to our Dillionaires. You just have to link your YouTube account to your Discord, and then you should be in there. The Pickles Picks thread is in the announcements channel in Dillionaires. And then it's its own sub thread. So just make sure that you have the drop down menu that exposes all of them. And you should be able to see it, Iron Porter. Spy Put's about to print. All right, enough about my hair. It's too long right now. I need to get a haircut. A little longer and you can go perm. No, I don't want to do another perm. Does the spy just want to die? Sort of, but it also wants to live. Nice try, bipolar bear. I really haven't. I should have been. I would have made a lot of money. I came very close in August. Like pre-earnings. I'm just excited that I can finally just chill so hard now. I can start my merch store and start dispensing my nut mix to the general public. I've added coconut macadamias to the mix and smoked almonds. So yeah, I can finally get sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. I never realized the monetization that was holding me back, or the ability to monetize that Super Stonk held me back from. I can create like a sub platform for Turds Pickles. I can start funding our parking lot REIT. It's gonna be amazing. I'm only in MOASS so I can get bicycles banned for road use. Yeah, I can start an OnlyFans and just upload pictures, JFresh's pickle pics, Manscaped sponsorships. I hope someone uses the clips out of context, because that would have meant that I purposely didn't grift people for months. If you could reverse your ban on Supersonic or TGIF for one day, which would you choose? Oh, TGIFs. And I only need 1 day to get banned from there again. Can we finally be an AMC channel? No, that stock's still shit. Stop trying to FOMO. Why is everyone trying to stir up some pump and dump on MMTLP? I don't like this. I start seeing too many people talk about shit fucking preferred dividend stocks in the chat, and I get very suspicious. Stop trying to use my chat to pump and dump your garbage. Fucking bag holders. I just get suspicious when I start seeing all kinds of new people popping up. Like, I know some people own it and they've been bag holding it for months, but all these new people popping in like, oh, MMTLP, like, don't forget to check this. Fuck you. Like, oh, where can I go to buy into this super serious new investment? What's it like bag holding a stock for months? It's great, Danrod. Can there be male and female sizes? I don't see why not. Just using my 6-month chat to pump MMTLP. I don't hold any, but I would like to be part of the crowd. Thanks for explaining T plus 2 plus 35. It was breaking my brain. No problem, Dave of the Pigeon Whale Daves. Do you see a good entry point for March 18 125s? I mean, IV's probably kind of low right now. Who's coughing now? What's up, buddy? I can't, you got censored. Ko-Fi censored you. What'd you say? It was my birthday this past weekend. Here's your cut of the shitty gifts I didn't get. Thanks for holding strong. Thanks, who's coughing now. Happy birthday, dude. Hey guys, there's this new great company with wonderful fundamentals called Enron. By the way, thank you. Now that SS is dead to me, I am having a ball antagonizing people. Don't do that. Seriously, don't. Like, I know emotions are high, but you know, and misinformation is rampant, but don't just, it's such a waste of time just attacking people for the benefit. Don't be like them. Don't sink to their level. I know it seems juicy down there, but be better than that, because there is real information that's being left out of the dialogue, and that's important to everybody holding this. Shift Search recommending Roland's videos to you on their site. He probably pays for advertising. I would do that, but I don't like spending money. Are there actually people that give a shit about subreddit drama? Yes. Now that you're banned from SS, can you admit to being Persian? Rake in the glorious Persian pickle ad revenue. No. Thanks, Mudson. Evil prevails when good people do nothing, said Girk when he reads this out loud. God damn it. So clip it. You guys have a little clip button. I don't need to clip it for you. Isn't monetized yet. You're gonna give all the ad revenue to YouTube? That's just silly. Any idea of why we aren't ripping? It's trading flat. It's the midday. Relax. It's not even 1269 yet. You got your panties in a twist. There's a subreddit for subreddit drama called r/subreddit drama. But yeah, we'll be wrapped in nanoweb MMAT, so I have cloaking capabilities. Love you, bro. I'm not a shill. I don't think you are, but I think there's some other people popping up like MMTLP bots. We get that every time there's something that people are trying to pump. People will come here and be like, "Oh, look at Clove. Look what a great stock Clove is. Oh, I wish I bought Clove right now. It's gonna squeeze to the moon. Clove." Another profile is still shadow banned. I can't even see my 10-month milestone chat. What the actual fuck? I have no idea what happened, man. You know, it is probably just people coming in here reporting you. Dan Almighty, Hive Mind clone. Anthony the dad. I'm a shill. Oh, well. Squeeze to the moon. I doubt they're bots though. The amount TLP spinoff is lucrative and exciting. It's not surprised little nerds and their red rockets popping off in chat. Fair. It just makes me immediately suspicious when too many people are talking about some fucking stock no one's ever heard of. To be fair, I've heard of it. I played Torchlight when it was when they were doing their merger thing. But so AMC started a DFV stream. AMC bots spamming. Interesting. Yeah, I remember him saying he didn't really think it had that much potential. Shh. Is this the rug pull? Maybe. Short volume's picking up. I'd imagine the spy's just still dropping. Yeah. We're just getting dragged down. I've heard a bit of Houston's thesis on Matt. I know he's like super into it. We should see the first half of Feb this time. The FTD data for the first half of Feb is already out. The next FTD data dump is going to be on the 15th, and that should give us the end of February. Thoughts on BBIG? Crap. Not worth it. Risk is too high. Their ability to rug pull that stock is astounding. Oof. Big short. Is the SPY just like actually coming down super hard or no? No, we're getting shorted on top of this. What's the share borrows looking like? Sorry, Subway Cup. Give me 1 second. It's about 200,000 borrowed so far. 5,000 returned. Borrow fees going up 1.9%. Yeah, we're getting shorted. A lot of people found you because of Houston, whose brother is a bigwig at MMAT. Lots of excitement about tomorrow and this month after a long wait. People who watch you are excited. We talk about you in the MMAT group a lot. I feel like he shouldn't be sharing any information on it though. Like his brother shouldn't be if he's an insider. It's I don't know what's been said, obviously, so, but odd. So just a coincidence as the cycle stopped once the DRS push started. I don't think those are related at all. And if OPEX has failed, this would be the first time. Like the November OPEX was realized. You streaming earnings? Of course. VIX picking up again. Shit, my life. I've never heard him mention his brother have anything to do with that. Okay. If you could give your pals at BlackRock a shout to dump some funds into Palantir so I can get out of my position, I'd sure appreciate that. You know what, Iron Porter, just like everybody else who's back holding Palantir, you're just going to have to wait for the company to make money eventually. Is it all possible for short hedge funds to have dodged exposure by using the volatility to cover some positions and using the downturns to limit a peak within the exposure, or is it a significant amount more? I mean, the price action we saw on the 24th was pretty significant, the 10% up. But it tracked too closely with the market. I mean, we only beat the market by a slim margin that day. And I would say that our volume was not great enough. Remember that this exposure only comes to you after the options expire. And so the potential is still there for us to see it be covered. I still think volume is way too low. But it's possible, yeah. Could they, with the holiday extension, that may have given them time to dilute their covering of the position, and so we're seeing slow covering occur and not to the same degree that we normally do, especially if they don't have an entropy swap in place to protect them from that that IV spike. It benefits them to try to cover slowly over time. But my problem with that is we haven't seen the spike occur on any of the other basket stocks either, and XRT is still thresholded, so they haven't cleared out the obligations from XRT. I mean, the further over that gamma neutral line, Moon, the better, because that also means more hedging tomorrow as well. You're saying OPEX got fucked because of the holiday? I mean, possibly. Spread out, definitely. Do you happen to explain what happened with the dates and day counting issues? What, the T plus 2 plus 35? When people are miscounting it. They're counting the T date twice, like as the 35C window is a separate period, but it just starts at the end of the day on T plus 2. And that's only if the trade is marked long. No shares left to borrow on Fidelity. Borrow rate on iBorrow up to 1.9. Yeah. We just covered that. I didn't know there were none left in Fidelity, but there weren't very many this morning. They're definitely using short sales right now. How do I sell CCs on Gmail if my shares are all printed and stored under my mattress? Can I just send photos of the physical share certificates to Fidelity? Maybe. Do you think it's possible that they're shorting today in preparation for a chance of a run up tomorrow? It's possible. Although we're up for today, still like 1.75%. If no run, is this confirmation that OPEC's obligations were failed and liquidation may be coming within 15 trading days? I mean, there is no confirmation of a margin call until it's realized. You can assume whatever you want, but it may not be true. Could they have covered their XRT exposure but only be in the 5-day window to come off threshold? I don't think so. We would have seen a significant run on XRT because that's where all of the exposure is. Would the act of them shorting us down currently indicate that they haven't been margin called? No. You can't, you're just trying to draw a correlation between things that have nothing to do with each other. Cover FTD part of the obligation which runs the price up, short similar amount to bringing price down, creating similar obligation to be covered at a later date. Yeah, I mean, like a slow rolling kick of the can. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think they're pretty tapped out already, given the utilization and XRTs. Like they already closed all the puts on XRT on the 18th, so the clock's ticking. You have to create the you have to get them yourself. Kyle. Now you can find I mean gamma neutral is generally around max pain, relatively close. Max pain data is readily available several places. But like delta neutral, gamma max, those have to be calculated out. We keep mentioning the possibility of a failed margin call. What would that look like for GME? Nothing, and then big ups on an unexpected day sometime in the future. I mean, they do buy GME. That's what happens when they close out those futures, those forward contracts, is the counterparty goes and buys GameStop. Hmm. Yeah, XRT is still on reg show. It has been since December 17th. And the thresholding process began on January 7th. Can the counterparty delay buying GME? Not long. CME is pretty strict. They don't have any extensions. So they would just have standard settlement time, T+2, to affect delivery. Although we're really not at the point in the cycle where we'd start to see those swaps or those forwards being closed. Generally we would see that before XRT's dividend date, right? Because they want to clear their shorts out of XRT instead of paying the dividend. The similar thing happened last year when they used XRT to help bring the price down from the run in January and thresholded it, and then it was cleared out in March. Is this the longest I've held a stock? No, it's not. I've had AMD for years. I'm gonna watch the documentaries coming this week. I mean, maybe if I have a chance. We see 250 again one day. I hope so. Did you roll your March 18s yet? Nope. I'm thinking about closing mine either end of day today or tomorrow. You believe there's gonna be a significant price improvement at the end of this week? Thanks. I mean, I'm looking at the same time period. Arigus. My beard is starting to make me look homeless. Win MOASS so I can shave. Thanks, Crypto Holder 25. I appreciate that, man. What's up, dude? Dill or bread and butter? Dill. Can you say hi to my friend Kenny A? He's a big fan and definitely watching. What's up, Kenny A? How you doing, man? Buy Reddit ads on Superstock. Why? I mean, I could, but why? Why do that? Remember to mention the 121. Little bounce off of gamma neutral. Not really moving up, but also not moving down. Just kind of like bounced, consolidated, and now slightly flat. Very, very low volume right now. Remember to mention the president. It would be funny. I guess it'd be kind of funny. I don't know. I'm not really that bitter. Do it for the drama. I love the drama. I think I'm around here, so please tell me where. They can get XRT off threshold without buying GME to put back in it. And after that, they can short XRT and still hurt GME via that. No, they still have to put the GME back. That's why we have these quarterly runs. Because they still have to put it back. They can't just fucking rob the ETF of its asset allocation pool and then fucking not replace it. Yeah, and so it still has to be replaced. But yeah, after they replace it, then they can do it all over again. Can't ban me. I'm the pickle man. Any updates on the obligations warehouse in Ukraine? Still safe? I think so. They seem to be doing a good job defending it based on chatter that I've heard. Advertise daily billionaires DD on Superstock. Step 2, accuse Superstock of brigading billionaires. Step 3, profit. I don't like this, Fluffy. So this sounds like work that I would have to do, and then I have to like go and pay for an ad campaign. Why would I advertise on Reddit? I could have done that this entire time if I wanted more Reddit people. Can you say bear raid? Chernobyl was the old obligations warehouse. Probably a good place to store your obligations. Can you feud with Kanye next? He makes ugly sneakers, but it's I don't really have anything else to say. Thanks, Mike Spickle. Advertise your Ko-Fi on SS. What likelihood do you give GME MOASS in 2022? I don't know how you want me to answer that. If our price goes up, MOASS has better potential. Also, like, everyone's definition of MOASS is different. Are you talking about the earth-shattering financial event where GME goes to $69 million a share and the entire global financial system melts down? Or are you just talking about like a big-ass short squeeze? Big-ass short squeeze, decent, better in June than now, but now could be possible. Are there MM and ETF FTDs due today? There's actually no ETF FTDs due today. They're all the ETF FTDs from January 11th and 12th are due tomorrow because of the offset. There are MM FTDs due today from January 21st, which could be interesting. Advertise your covered calls. I can't believe there's people that still think that I need people to buy my covered calls that I'm not selling. Like, did they not just realize that like a market maker snaps that shit up like that? And I don't need a purchaser. Surgemeister's an idiot. I've seen his DDs before. I don't care. At least our Zillionaires is impenetrable. Safe place finally found. We'll see about that. Do you think it's possible for Jimmy to actually hit 6 figures? Yeah. You mentioned in June. What's that potential from? June has leap expirations as well. So December, Jan, and June are the leap expiration dates. We just don't know. Like, setting price predictions on a fucking Black Swan event is ridiculous. Advertise your calves? Do you think RC blew the chance of MOASS back in June? That would have been a good time to announce a dividend option. I think a large short squeeze is now our best hope. I mean, the share offering didn't help. What do you say about my sneakers? I said they're ugly, man. They're fucking ugly. I don't, they look like alien shoes. I have nothing good to say about this. Ugh. They're like fucking $2,000 a pair. Ridiculous. You only make between 25 and 3 million a month from YouTube ad revenues, so you need more Reddit users to increase that income flow. But why not just literally anybody else? Like, I could just advertise anywhere if I wanted to pay for advertising. I could just write DD on Wall Street bets. We could fucking degenerate YOLO into stocks every week. Which should honestly be way more fun. Can you take a look at Rocket? I have to. Why? Did you buy it when it ran up and you're still holding it? Or is it just moving? I mean, it doesn't look great. It's got the same inverted head and shoulders bounce that every other stock in the market has. Like, you can just go through these. They all pretty much look the same. Oh, Iron Tea is actually doing pretty good. Interesting. Yeah, but like, I mean, this is just like shit that tracks the SPY, right? Like, everything's doing the same shit. So the technical pattern across the market is a reversal. Let's go full degen this week. Dude, you should be putting your DD on Wall Street Bets. Maybe. I feel like they would just ban me. Again. If you were a pirate, would you have a parrot? Yeah, I think so. 1269 song. Is it time? Oh shit. Ah. Hold on, I'm not gonna FTD it, I promise. Boom.
You know what time it is? It's that special
1269.
time of day when the bills begin to
Show us what you
hibernate
got.
and the gens come out to play.
The stock does approve.
Think your clock is broken? Rest assured it's working just fine. Grab your jars and a gallon of brine because it's 1269.
What do you think about the NAVE Gex chart for XRT in relation to GME? It looks similar to last jam, but way more extreme. I didn't look at it. I'll have to check it out. Do I even have that open? Hold on. Ugh. Jesus fuck. That's some funny shit. Yeah, so that's due. At some point. It's only $62 million per dollar price movement. Did you see Elliot Wave's guy's gonna YOLO 20K on weeklies tomorrow? Good for him. I'm glad that he's made that much money. Thoughts on Lucid? I own some. What about it? Like what, like near term thoughts? Do I have it on here still? I don't. Hold on. I just sold some covered calls the last time it ran. I don't know, kind of unimpressive currently. Just accumulating. Probably, I don't know if it's good for a bounce right now. Heavily short. A lot of short interest there. I think utilization hit 100%, so someone else could have the opportunity to post the same unhelpful thing every day to farm karma. Near term earnings are coming out after hours. It's a decent price. I mean, I don't know if I'd fucking pay for the volatile, like the pre-earnings IV, because you're gonna get crushed. I don't know how good their earnings will be. Hey, it's Pixel found a paragraph in the Citadel financial report that seems to confirm how they juggle things around. It's on his Twitter. Pixel. What's his I don't think I'm like subbed or following. Is it Josh? Short-sale involves the risk of an unlimited increase. Edgar Digital Securities LLC. But what? Company sells various financial instruments which it does not yet own or which are consummated by the delivery of borrowed financial instrument short sales. The company is exposed to market risk for short sales. One of two. A short sale involves the risk of unlimited. There can be no assurance of security. I mean, I feel like this is just a standard disclaimer. I mean, yeah, it's like an investor disclaimer. I don't think this is unusual. As a market maker, of course, they'd be involved in the shorting of securities and the holding of derivatives to hedge those shorting positions. From Citadel, company sells various financial instruments, which is not yet owned or which are consummated by the delivery. Yeah, that's. I mean, I don't know. I think that's just standard disclaimers. 65 billion of securities sold but not yet purchased from Citadel's SEC doc. Cool. Sounds like a big fucking fat bag, right? Has anyone ever guessed your name correctly, even if you didn't acknowledge at the time? No. A short sale involves the risk of an unlimited increase in the market price of the particular investment. Oh, you're just gonna keep. Okay. The exact same text is in the 2020 report too. Just standard disclaimer, word for word. Yeah, it is. I want to finish the. Well, go ahead, finish it. Are most shortwaves we see daily also covered daily? Usually, yeah. That's why we don't see the overnight borrow rate go up. Group's real name is Roberto. Closer, but no. Got my first call today. Thanks for the info you provide. Much appreciated. Awesome, frat technician. Congrats to you. Good luck, man. Salvia. All I care for is Jimmy's earnings. I want to see what a 4Q of holidays and rabid investor base purchasing looks like. Yeah, I think quarter four earnings are gonna be nice. The question is, are we going to see them before the futures are closed, before the futures roll again, or are they going to have them in late March? Kenneth BlackRock. When's the next School of Stock video? I don't know. The last one took me like 20 hours to do. I'm not good at making videos. I'm gonna do more, but I'm trying to think of a way to do it where it's not so time consuming. Fregenald. Pay someone else for the time. The channel's not even monetized. I'm not gonna pay for that. Fregenald von Gerxes the Third. I like it. Darius McFrigulon. We talk about potential of having to pay for oil with gold equivalent rather than a dollar if Swift is no longer dominant. Why would Swift stop being dominant? Because they cut Russia out of it? I don't think that's gonna take down the system. I think the better question is, what is Obama's last name? No, that is. His first name was Barack. Just record you saying every word in the dictionary and then strings ones you want together, like one of those fun soundboards. Interesting. Because it shows that it can be weaponized, and China. I mean, we've used it against Iran before. This is not the first time that a country's been cut off of SWIFT via sanctions. STI stands for sexually transmitted infection, Velvet Jupiter. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. I miss the days where the stock would just absolutely rip at random. Yeah, those don't ever happen anymore. I think what you miss is volume. Unless they turned off the buy button again, it doesn't seem like they can make our really high currently reported short interest percent go away. I mean, our currently reported short interest is like 20 to 23%. The real short interest probably much higher. Why are we still poor? Life decisions. What makes you think that the 20% is false? I mean, this is a pretty good indicator of total return swaps being shuffled around on GameStop that would likely hide large amounts of short interest. Yeah, higher than VW when they had their squeeze. It doesn't take a lot. 25.75 on more. Yeah, you're going to see it slightly different from everywhere. Like most short interest isn't reported, right? So it's kind of an irrelevant figure to bring up. Don't you dare blame me for my personal financial decisions. I mean, yeah, provided that the current reported short position is cleared out, kind of huge. The short positions don't have to be cleared out. They can just be held in perpetuity. Perpetuity. Do you feel richer, Digital Good Time? At least in spirit? That's what matters. Win ban reverse repo guy. Someday. So you're saying buying 950 DTs is all on me? I don't accept that. I don't know what the fuck you do with your money. I'm not your financial advisor. Double bottom setup incoming or thinking run today looking less likely? Could be a double bottom. Might not be. We'll see. We got a couple hours left. Let's see what happens. This intraday dip is common. So sorry, I'm back. We can run again. Thanks, Trash. Jesus Christ, man. I'll be buying back the CCs from this morning. 3, 4, 21, 150s. Made an easy 60 bucks piece. Enough to eat and buy some calls. Cool, man. Stream from 2 months ago came up unrecommended, and I thought it was today's stream, and the price was 177, and I almost zoomed. You know what would really help us? A run. Help us run? A Dan mod? I don't think so. I disagree heavily with that assessment, Trash. SS is always posting today's the day, but MOASS is always tomorrow. What mean? I mean, MOASS is always tomorrow. None of my names are Daniel. That's a bullish strategy, Bob. I like it. You think the gym will open above or below 200 tomorrow? Below? That's right, Sleep Tech and Value. The real mass is the friends we made along the way. How could he have posted his 20k YOLO if he hasn't bought it yet? That doesn't even make sense. Macro After Dark video is posted. Yeah, I know. They sent me the file. Y'all are making friends? I mean, We do things. You haven't made any friends, Trash? Maybe it's your acerbic personality. I know it's hard to smile when you have a bill, but can't change the friends I made along the way for a house. Depends where you want that house. You looked a little hurt by that one. I take it back. We can be friends if you want. No, it's too late. What if one is inherently unlikable and has no friends? Get rich. Make people be your friend. I don't really want to be anyone's friend if I can avoid it. Sounds like, you know why? Because it comes with obligations, and much like Citadel, I don't like to clear my obligations. You could be partners in crime. That does sound more fun. What's the crime? To put your friends and obligations into a warehouse and forget about them. We'll go get sushi and not pay. I can't do that. I like, yeah, I can't do that. I tried to not like, or I tried to like insult a waitress one time by tipping her less, only to find out that 15% is a fairly decent amount of money to tip. I was like, I'm gonna show her. She was just the worst. I never understood the tipping. It's a thank you for a service that someone performs for you. Can someone fill me in as to why everyone is hyping tomorrow? Do you expect us to run tomorrow? Sure. Bob was hyping it, so we'll see. There's a lot of FTDs probably due today. You don't understand, Elena. I really felt like I'd made a statement though, by tipping 15%, and I hadn't. You guys tip? Yeah, because we're not cheap fucks. If you don't tip, you're an asshole. End of story. Nothing beyond that. If people perform a service for you and you don't tip them, you're a piece of shit. Because you're taking it out on the employee for how the business they work for is mismanaged. I said it. I don't care about your opinions on it. 15, 18, 20%. Otherwise, they make $2 an hour. Yeah, in some states, it's really super shitty. Do you tip on takeout? Yeah, usually. Not as much. Well, they should, but not tipping employees isn't a way to combat their employers not paying a livable wage. You do that by voting for wage increases. Of the following, who's your friends? Kool-Aid, Disciple, Secure, Moonwind, Jfresh, Bob, Shids and Fards, Steffens, Secure's wife. There's a name on that list that probably shouldn't be there at all. Steffen is very close to my heart. I like Jfresh and Secure. Moonwind drives me nuts. Secure's wife she's a package deal. So yeah, she's also awesome. Can't have one without the other. I forgot what the other one was. Kool-Aid Disciple is pretty cool. I don't know him that well, but he's pretty cool. As a former waiter, I tip extra hard, but when I work the dumpster, I hate getting tips as I do it for the humiliation, not the praise. Fair. Maybe, what if they tip you in a humiliating way? Like they just throw the money on the ground and spit on it. Would that work for you? Secure should change his name to Secure's wife's husband. It displays the reciprocity better. I agree. No, I just mean you drive me nuts. You're annoying, like a child with too much money to blow on options. Can you cross-post your daily DD in our FinDom? See you in a bit, trash. Do you hate the gray pores? Which pore do you hate the least? Average Joe. I like him. There's some other cool ones. What do you look at for a market recovery? Regaining of its previous uptrend, which it's not doing currently. Or a building of a new lower trend, which takes time. Do you ever think of me late at night? No. No, I don't. He loves me. I'm his best friend. He just can't say it to all of you guys, right, Pi-Fi? Yeah, sure. It's okay, man. Not all of us can be expert traders like me. You'll get there one day. Carl, you know what to do. There's a Bloomberg article on Wall Street counseling Biden admin not to ban Russia from SWIFT. Okay. Have you discussed the $65 billion in securities sold, not purchased in Citadel's financial disclosure? Sure. What do you want to short positions held? How are their long positions? How many of their long positions are bought, not sold? They're a massive market maker with like fucking $400 billion in assets under management. It's not unusual that they would have 65 billion in short positions. That would actually mean that they're net long. Do we think we have higher upside potential tomorrow more than today? Not necessarily. Today could still be pretty interesting. I'm not sold on today being over yet. That's what I'm asking. Raise significance of the number. Yeah, I'm not really sure how significant it is. I've been getting asked that a lot though. It wasn't you that triggered the response. It was just you and like 15 other people asking at the same time. Of the following, who's your friend? Hey Gurk, thanks for all the info. I've been glued all day. I gotta ask though, if the Jimmy Saga was a plot in the movie Monty Python and the Holy Grail, what part of the movie would you say we were at today? Oh, that's a good question. The part where they run into Tim. You already asked me that. Oh, you've changed the Moonwind Carl. I like Carl. I don't know who the fuck Sanjeet is. Zakir's second wife. Can't say I'm a big fan. Han's cool. Trash is cool. Dan Almighty's kind of super weird. Like, let's be honest. He's been trying to get me to bed his Philadelphia wife forever. It just creeps me out. He wants me to live in his house. It's too much. Thanks for doing a video with the macro after dark, guys. It was pretty cool. How do you feel about March 18th position when roll bail if no action? I'll probably be looking to bail on him tomorrow if I don't see anything happen. Maybe move forward a week, just protect some of that value that's still left. If I missed, did Gurk talk about 65 billion? Oh, god damn it. I want to hear his take. Yeah, I mean, they're a $400 billion fund. It's not unusual for them to be carrying $65 billion in sold short positions. Favorite pigeon whale? I can't pick. I love all my children. Don't forget about your farmer, Dan. Thank you, Kevin. I haven't. Ben is pretty awesome, but Ben wasn't brought up in any of the Ko-Fis, weirdly. It seems like maybe there's some jealousy there, Ben. That visceral dude is pretty cool. He is as well, but left out, ignored. Which is odd. It almost seems like the Ko-Fis are biased towards a particular group. Now that you're out from under the crushing weight of the DRS stinkies, can you bring Sanjeet back? Maybe. Favorite stalker? By the way, you smell different when you're awake. Oh, I mean, that has to go to Mr. Diggs. His stalking has been a relentless pursuit of violation of my personal space since the very beginning, and his efforts should not go unnoticed. Who's your favorite SS mod? I've my conversations with Bi Triangle and Braddock have always been very productive, and they've always been very reasonable. Who's your friends? Visceral, Bendy, Crawford, Miss Smoka Dantis, Elena C, Dan Queen, Turdferg, Darth Dan. I mean, Turdferg and my relationship ascends just, Discord. We've moved beyond that. J Fresh as well. You just can't really. The quant guys and me were much closer than the rest of the plebs. I like Visceral and Ben. They're cool guys. Elena's cool. In the brief conversations that we've had. I don't know who else you said. Miss Mokahanes. I haven't really talked to her much. But I've seen her in the Discords saying things. Seems like she's been here forever. I mean, these are OGs. Thanks, Larry Fink. Once I made some money from your advice, and then I'll become a member. I'm kind of new here. I don't give any advice. You have to make money off of your own shit, man. Took me a while to figure out what's up due to all the negative talk on SS. Thanks for keeping it real. Thanks, Braham. I appreciate that. Quants get all the calf picks. Well, that and, you know, the longest standing pigeon whales have access to the only calves. But, you know, we don't need everybody FOMOing into pigeon whale. So at some point of being a pigeon whale, the only calves is unlocked. Please call me cool. Oh, you know what? I forgot to put up. We had whales today. Do you hit on a soft 18? I don't even know what that means. Am I OG? You absolutely are, Girk's Modesty. You're OG and heavily sold short. Yeah, Moon, you're never getting in the quant team. I'll say it now. I'm not even gonna give you a chance. Your application won't even be considered. There's no fair hiring practices for the quant team. You don't ever say hi to me anymore. I'm sorry, Joseph Johnson. Hi. Despite me not be really messaging you in here anymore, don't forget me when you become a big YouTube famous. I don't think that'll happen. I think my personality prevents that. What has surprised or impressed you the most since you started streaming? The number of people watching it. Only calves is my favorite late night snack. Shh. I want to be cool too. Tomorrow's my birthday. Happy birthday, Trina. I'd be happy to MOASS then if we could arrange that. Wait, tomorrow's March 1st. I'm confused. Is your birthday the 2nd or the 1st? Do you ever journal your feelings? No. When will Moscow reopen the markets? Probably when they stop attacking Ukraine. We're on an 11 message ignoring streak with me. Can we make it 12? Nope, back to 1. So you're saying your only pictures are only accessible to your secret society, requiring Pigeon Whale membership to be considered for? Yes, I am. There's a lot of paywalls between me and my calves. I feel so forgotten after you got me to quit my job 8 months ago. Thank you, Seymour Triangles. If I donate more, will you show me attention more? Probably not. Others have tried. Please start singing a soft song. My baby should be taking a nap right now, but she's staying awake watching the stream. No, this isn't for babies. My favorite someone is complaining their questions are ignored, and they're ignored constantly, and then Gert just says, I'm ignoring you and your dumb questions, and you keep asking 1,000 different ways. This happens, Mr. Diggs. Did you hear the shout out you got for being stalker number 1? Veg D, thank you for becoming a Cornishon. Are we done with the love fest, or can I come back? Of the following, who is your friends? C. Dan Queen, Crawford, Darth Dan, Light L, Light K, Trash Dan. I like Light K. Light K's cool. I don't know who Light L is. You can't buy my friendship. I'm not for sale. I'm not just some product. I have feelings. Average Joe, king of the pores. It's my birthday on Saturday. Can you allow my pores access to the hot tub stream? I don't know. I don't know if there's poor access next week. I'll think about it. Real OGs remember the shy, some might say heavy Gherk, who knew other responses than interesting, but what do I know? Sad left out 510 hugs. Pickle Morty, no one could ever forget you. Don't worry. If they did, even for a minute, they would be hugged by you. It's okay. I know you're here. Louvre artists deserve calf rights. Unionize about it. Great. Now we get to be trapped supply. Throw me a treat and say good boy. Oh boy. This gets weird in here real quick. It's okay if you didn't mention me because I know in my heart you're my best friend. And when I finish my Gherk robot, we can hang out every day. I just need me a few more hair clippings and a VWAP hat. Like, hey, my bad. What about the other ones? They're all right. I can't just be friends with thousands of people. I'm not here to be your friends or your financial advisor. I'm just here to talk about stocks. Sometimes cooking and boofing. And the interconnectedness of those things. I fucked up my super chat. Mart's 2nd birthday. Okay, Trina. Well, happy advanced birthday, in case I don't remember. And then I'll try to remember. And then also wish you a happy birthday on your birthday. Birthday. My 7-month-old is waiting on you to play peekaboo with her. She's been waiting 7 months. She can wait a little longer. They froze Russia's central bank's foreign currency assets held around the world. So that just took a huge chunk out of their sanction-proof foreign policy reserves. Just some news. Good to know. We talked about the borrow rate being up. I don't want to be your friend anyway. You're too square. I'm not square. I'm obtuse. Don't make me talk about Light L. He's worse than Light Z. Would you set up a Streamlabs betting bot? I don't know. I don't know what that is or how. That sounds difficult. I don't even know how to set up Streamlabs, let alone bots in now. Chat FOMO, remember me. I try to be my best. I try my best. I remember you. Since Diddy was off wrong, what does the movement look like for upcoming weeks? Me. We'll see. I still think that the obligations have to be covered. So until that such a time as I no longer believe those obligations are covered, I'm just waiting. Don't forget, they changed the rules on Thursday last week. Pretty directly. So we'll see how that plays out. Sometimes you have no data and you cannot be certain of an outcome. Smox Fox. But you're the only one with loop rights. Smox, don't ever feel left out. No one else has access to my layer 2. Don't forget Gaz. Gaz has been here forever too. He's always had bullish things to say. Our favorite expatriated Trophy husband. I made the Brussels sprouts this weekend. They were fire, but I think I burnt them. That's sad. I mean, you want a little char on them, but not too much. What's up, Willie? I've been here forever, but I'm not that needy. Why would I need someone to do TA in the quant team? Stefan. Wi-Fi has already told me I'm his spirit animal, but I'm not ready to go public with it yet. You just did. Do any of the outside conditions in the world affect the GME play? Yeah, of course. Destroy the beast. Is there a YouTube analysis that lets you? No, I just remember people. Creemore? I can't say I do, but I feel like I've seen your name before. Did you hear that COVID is officially over? No. I'm still not going outside. But it's like... Retrocognition. This is my second live stream and my personality has already become voided. I mean that as a compliment. Thank you. Yes, Red Ranger. I remember you. Why would Russia go to war to prevent MOASS? Asking for super stunk. I'm sure they have a theory. Porto. Maybe. VWAP Daddy Pi-Fi has already told me that I'm a spirit animal, but I don't think he's ready to go public with it yet. You have a good entry for Google? I want to pick up a few shares before split. I've just been selling cash secured puts on it. Are you upset that you got kicked out of SS? Why would I be? Well, I'm not going to get bullied and harassed all day, every day. How terrible. You know what? Trash, you're right. Absence does make the heart grow fond. No, I'm just kidding. How could I get you guys to buy my cover calls if I left? Seems like a weight has been lifted from your shoulders. It shows in the stream today. Sorry for the exposure it loses for you, but really they need you more than you needed them. Fair enough. Good day, Greg. Thanks for the hard work and your tireless resilience. You exude good sportsmanship, critical thinking, and an overwhelming desire to fuck the short hedge funds. I thank you, sir. Thank you, Lurch, 1963. No sploosh. Where's Daddy's little nut meat? Just post the link to your covered calls. Who would you want to play you in the movie? Me? Why would I want someone else to get the money? I think I could do a pretty good job of being myself. Am I a real boy? If you want to be, Han, you can be whatever you want. I'm not here to make your decisions. In your opinion, is there any decent DD writers left in SS that don't cross post in Friends with Financial Benefits think tank? I liked Choom Pop's DD, and that was pretty good. There was like another guy, something Anon, something like that. I don't know if he posts in FWFB, but he might. I'm not sure. I can't remember his screen name right now, but he just did like a big set of DDs about like swaps and stuff that were really well done. Was it Leave Me Anon? No, was it? Maybe. I thought he stopped posting. Oh, they both. Okay. Yeah, never mind. Nope. It's almost like everybody with a brain is left. Don't worry, guys. You have the bat. I just banned you from Think Tank. Heard it was a cool thing to do. I wanted to be part of the cool crowd. Thanks, Gaff. Thank you for all you do. Love you, Gurk. God damn it, Han. Stop fucking donating. Semps. Thank you. I appreciate it, Han. I don't think Han has a ton of disposable income. I think she just gives me all of her money, which really bothers me sometimes. Or maybe Han's a secret millionaire. I don't know. Ascending triangles break downwards? Not usually, but they can. The least you can do is show a pick slip. Looks like RS is trying to get JFresh banned now. Yeah, God forbid you use math and evidence to prove things. It's like the fucking Dark Ages. JFresh, don't ever stop being you, no matter what Super Stonk says. I did find out last night, though, that if I share a link to a post on Superstonk, that the mods will immediately delete it. Like, if I see something interesting there, they'll just delete the post without any reason. And that seems like a powerful tool. I don't understand why I would have so much power. I just can't put all under my name or account because I promised Han to not pass her in donations. Also, Carla is no longer in the top 3 supporters. I don't believe that. JFirst69 Cat's nickname in college was the tripod. Shannon L, thank you so much for that. Did you want to say something along with that, or? Tell me I'm not the only person that thought that the Satori deal was super sketchy. What's Satori? Yeah, but we already had the FTD data through the 15th. I think Bob was already digging in to see if there were any irregularities. Mac Vader, what's Satori deal? I don't understand why you guys want DD and theories and facts on what is happening when you were scrolling Reddit. I would just totally rather see 1,000 purple rings. Way more productive. Check spy, please. Dumping. Where? I don't see it. There it is. Back down to 427. I have a Discord, so I sent you a PM on Reddit. I don't see it. Satoru's the supposed super secret program bot that kept shills out of SS. Oh yeah, I know what it is, but what was sus about it? Doesn't it just like That's amazing trash. Am I banned? I see you, Smooth. You probably just haven't said anything I was interested in repeating yet. People in SS are now saying Ginger Balls was the Trojan horse for my ideology. Satori, a bot that was hired by SS to scan comments and post for shill activity, had to be a device to get info on all the members of SS and report to hedge funds. It got so much info. Interesting. Is Jfish in here? Let him know that if he needs help getting banned, I can come brigade his posts since I'm a mod or whatever. You are not a mod, trash. Don't brigade anything. I don't even know what Satori does above and beyond any auto mod. Aggregates data, I guess. On top of the Reddit website, there's a chat bubble. Check there. But I don't see any message. Maybe I need to refresh this. Maybe that's the problem. I still don't see anything. There's nothing here. We're going back up today, or is OPEX finally covered? We'll see. Is 477 million withdrawals significant for Citadel? They just reported that. Probably not. How does it feel to be inside of JFresh since he's the Trojan horse and all? There's not a lot of sensation, to be honest. It's kind of just neutral. Market kind of killing any bullishness left for this week on the stock. I mean, right now it is. Check Reddit inbox again. I don't want to. This thing is like a fucking mess. I have like 900 unanswered messages. Okay, you said Riku, trash down for mod. Screw it. Copy this link or find it on Jimmy Jungle. Citadel financial statements, Reddit. Citadel financial statements. Hold on. Are you talking about this fucking securities sold, not yet purchased at fair value? But they have more securities owned at fair value. They have 73 billion, so they're net long. I don't understand the point of this. Citadel net long fund? Is this something people wanted to hear? This doesn't sound like bullish news. They're a market maker. Of course they have a short position relative to their long position. Neutral. Security is created by Human Security, which was purchased a few months ago prior by Goldman Sachs. SS claimed it was built exclusively for SS by apes. I have a link if you want. This sounds like a lot. What FTD is this move talking about? The new FTD numbers are identical to the numbers accidentally released 2 weeks ago, suggesting the SEC is artificially delaying public reports. No, the new numbers are the number. They accidentally released 2 weeks of info last week. Because they accidentally released through the 15th, and now is the time when they would normally release the 15th. The numbers are delayed by 15 days, or they should be. Wait, what the hell? I didn't donate any money. Really? Well, somebody did. Like a bunch of it. I just assumed it was you. Pretty sure the short squeeze MOASS play is over. Still bullish on GME long term. They definitely found a way out of this position over the last year. I still think there's potential for like a gamma squeeze, and that could lead to something. It could lead to a lot of shorts closing. What's the point of a market maker? Without a market maker, won't every single stock eventually hit equilibrium? Also, what gains more liquidity than increasing prices, i.e. true price discovery? Dropping them? Dropping prices probably provides more liquidity than increasing them. People don't mind holding shit that's green. Are my messages coming in late as fuck? I don't know, dude. Point being, there's no reason for the delay. No, there's not. It's just delayed in order to protect exposed positions, I'd imagine. Can you all stop pretending to be me? I mean, that's what they do sometimes. Are you bullish on the State of the Union tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know what he's gonna say. How much daily volume would get you really excited about something happening? Like 4 or 5 million would be really nice. I guess so, Posty. I don't know the tax implications of that. I don't know if I'm showing up late to school right now on the short bus, but Shift Search has buy sell side reports now. Yeah, it does, and they appear to be wildly inaccurate. So take it with a grain of salt. Politically inflammatory things. Thanks, Gaff. If you look at the Ko-Fi page, you'll know this is the real me because of my icon. Also, this is all I can afford right now. Lol. Why would you donate it then? No, if that's all you can afford right now, you wouldn't have, don't do that. It's like you've watched this stream about, you know, financial education for 11 months and you've learned nothing. Stop giving me your money, hand. Stop it right now. Is it a problem that I have a hard time defining what this stream is? Is it food advice? Is it a place where we just hang out and watch the ticker? I don't even know. It's beauty infotainment. I'll take it. The settlement date for short interest reporting is today. Could this mean that the rally in the overall market we saw 2 days ago could have been shorts covering due to T+2 for stock settlement or larger geopolitical events occurring and the sanctions on Russia having a marked effect on the financial markets? Yeah, or just covering shorts. Whatever. Either way, I'm sure some shorts were covered. There was a lot of short interest in the SPY that got probably blown up a bit. Citadel had 470 million withdrawn by investors as of February 25th. That doesn't sound like a lot. Like, it sounds like a lot of money, but in relative to their total fund, small. Like 10%. Not even. Is it 10%? No. Shell's way more fun without the CS marketing team here. I agree. This is coming out of their AUM, not net capital, which is what is being reported by people on Reddit. It's a nothing burger. I agree. 200K available to borrow early this morning. 400K available to borrow now. Makes me think that we're still in for a run. They will then rug pull a la Gherk DD. They're definitely shorting today. And Badan. You can't look at it like just 470 million. Remember, there's stipulations where people could only withdraw like 5% a quarter. But it's not out of their net capital. It's just out of their AUM. It's literally nothing. Seems like you have plenty of mods to help you out on the Discord, but you were light in the admin area. If only there was a suitable candidate. What? No, I've got BlackRock intern and Fizzy. The admin side of things is very well taken care of. And BlackRock interns, you know, it's not just one entity. It's multiple interns. They just only need one login. Isn't the fact that you're publishing your trading strategy so openly give hedge funds an advantage? Yeah, probably. I probably never should have said anything. I was making way more money before I told people. What the heck is admin versus a mod? I don't know. You should admin JSMAR. I'm seeing a lot of familiar names in here today. It's giving me the Warm and Fuzzies. Thanks, Chris, son of Dan. Who is Fast Danyanya? That's who they are. I appreciate all y'all's support these last few days. It's been established that a Dan can never be a mod, but there is a loophole. Trash Dan for admin. Peach fart. Interesting. Can I apply for the accounts receivable position? No, it's filled. Vixie moving up. You should admin me. You never said you wouldn't make a Dan an admin. It's true. So I'll say it now. I'll never make a Dan an admin. Trash Dan, appreciate all of y'all's support these last few days, but it's been established that a Dan can never be a mod, and there is a loophole. Trash Dan for admin, fart. Thanks, Jean-Claude Van Damme. You guys have clearly arranged this campaign in advance. It's not like Jimmy doesn't want to do things. Rip, loophole closed. Dan's have successfully brigaded mod application. We're looking at flat until tomorrow's X million FTDs. We'll see. GB equal 1 divided by VIX. JSMAR for Dan. I don't think that'd work. It's called a garbage can, not a garbage can. That's why Trash Dan can be an admin. Another reason you should do it, JSMAR would hate it. Are all stock girl stocks just like all boats are girl boats? With tomorrow being the last hype date and cycle possibly broken, do you see a way that people will continue to hold till June? Yeah, because they're underwater. I thought everyone believed in the company. What happens in June? The next leap expiration? Are you bullish about Steven Seagal being spotted in Ukraine? Do you remember when one Chinese company defaulted and we thought the economy would crash? Now we're at the precipice of nuclear war and the spy is still chugging along. It doesn't like to quit. Hey Greg, with my job, I'm not able to watch the streams live. I catch up at night. Had a minute at work and wanted to pop in and say thanks for holding strong. I appreciate all you've done for the community. Thanks, Hazy. I appreciate that, man. I'm only here for MOASS. Sorry, there's other good companies than Jimmy, but only one chance at financial freedom from one play. See? Holding. Give the people what they want. What is it that they want? You to be an admin? It's not happening. Trash down for admin, superstar, mod spirit animal, co-streamer. Co-streamer? I'm gonna share my spotlight. Get out of here, definitely not hand banan. Maybe a super secret admin. I won't tell anyone, especially Trash Dan. Also, I won't get you banned from Supersonic, and we'll buy all your CCs. No deal. DVN topping out here. You think you still run? I've been rolling cover calls up for a while, but I might just let everything go here. I mean, it's not looking spectacular. What time is it? 2:31? Meh. I'm an admin now. I have a wrench. Congratulations. Hold on, I'm gonna update Reddit. You know, these daily posts are really getting too long. I need to stop including so much information in them. I have to get used to the fact that I'm a big shill now, and I need to make people come to the stream to get their information. Don't be like Mo Money. That's different. Mo Money's taking the information and putting it on his stream. As a shill, you should have your DD to members and above. No, I can't do that. That's wrong. Brigadier General Doofy service. Imagine joining the stock market Jan 5th of this year just to find out all the stocks do is drop in value. That's why, but you can make money off stocks dropping in value. Just make a new tier of admin, a super mod, if you will, but don't give them any power and have it in their name only. Then make Trash Dan a super mod. Interesting. Can someone explain to me about why SS is against selling CCs? It's pre-hedged, and this is a sub about making money through the stock market. No, it's not. Not anymore. It used to be. It's now focused on exposing crime and never making money. Making money is unfair. You fucking robber baron. How dare you invest in a thing and then have money? What a piece of shit. Listen to this guy. Unbelievable. You disgust me. Please spit at the screen. Since you expanding your shill biz, can I apply for general contractor or handyman? Keep in mind, I have no formal experience, nor am I bonded, but you're not a financial advisor, so that's fair. Advertise a computer share tutorial live stream and link to the School of Stock Options video. What about official representative of the Louvre? Didn't I already make you an emojist? I feel like you're just getting greedy with the power. You haven't even settled into your newest role. JFresh is a Trojan horse. That'd be the only thing about JFresh that was horse-like. I don't care about anything other than making some sweet tendies. Buy a stock equals price goes down. Buy to open a put, price goes up. Buy to open a call, price goes way down. Buy to open a straddle, price goes sideways. Should I take my children out for the sunny late winter stroll ride this afternoon? Or keep them locked in the basement so I don't miss any chance to roll my March 18 150s? Good question, Phil the Shill. I don't know. That's up to you. I'm not gonna tell you how to parent. Trash Dan for admin superstar mod spirit animal co-streamer. Oh. Starting a shill business? I happen to know someone who has plenty of experience shilling. Interesting. So do I. Yes, we know, Smooth. It's irrelevant. It's a very tiny amount of money. Have we talked about FTD from 2 weeks ago that matched today's? Yeah, they're the same. They just released the same report twice. Give it to me straight, Zach. Are we MOASsing in March? I don't know. Maybe. Might go up. I'd be okay with like a $40 price improvement. If that turns into MOASS, fuck yeah. I have enough GME to sell a cover call, but I want a chance of not being able to buy to close at a decent price in case of MOASS. I don't have that many shares. That's fair. There is a risk. You can hedge covered calls. Dude, is the economy gonna collapse or what? I mean, is that what you're waiting for? What a terrible wish. Man, people who are along the VIX just want to see the world burn. You know what's going to happen? The days after the majority of us roll our March call, it'll be the day it has a huge run. Of course. My 8-month super chat gets no. Unsubscribing from Pi-Fi, resubscribing to Superstock, and DRSing my children. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, your 8-month subscription was just a request for Trash Dan to be an admin. Still waiting on you to accept my Discord friend request. Thanks for the ride so far into the future. Sick Coyote, that's probably not going to happen. Carl for mod. I don't want to be anyone's friend on Discord. Carl is a mod already. Still waiting on you to accept my Express Weekly is printing. Be very careful with those. Express is trading at its gamma maximum right now, so it's above it. What's the margin they lost with that? It wasn't with that wasn't from their net capital. It was from their assets under management. Greg M. What'd you do to the SPY? Nothing. It's stabilized. Look at it go. Being careful with the $50 on Express Weeklies. You don't want to be a friend on Discord, but you have no problem doing nasty things behind the Wendy's. I see how it is. Yeah. Wouldn't the loss in AUM have a 4x impact on net capital? Other way around. Loss in net capital would have an impact on AUM. Also, it's just like chump change for Citadel, like the market maker. That's fucking nothing. It's $470 million. It's like table scraps. Digging the energy in here today. Thanks, NW. I'm in a good mood, man. So puts on Express? Maybe. Not yet. How can one define the max gamma when something is trading at a certain price? Oh, Yelia sent me a picture of Express from her model. That's how I know. You can compute it. And I said the L word to you. Well, don't be a clinger. See, you're making mistake number one. Dans shouldn't be forming attachments with their clients. Will you be my imaginary friend? I mean, you can imagine me to be whatever you want. What are some energy plays you're thinking about over the next few weeks, months? Not a lot. Might buy some BP. They're about to have a big pile of cash. You can imagine me to be whatever you want. Yeah, don't worry about that. We already do. I know. You heard it, guys. Me and Pi-Fi are best friends now. I think that's their plan, is to start moving into renewable energy. You expect oil prices to increase further? Maybe. We'll see the effect the sanctions have. The futures were in like backwardation though, so maybe not. It's hard to tell if something's peaked or not, but it's nearing one, I would say. It's time to outside. I have to respond here. Give me 15 minutes. All right, thanks, Darth. Expect. Do not silence the free speech of the Dans. But this is the SPY. I'm not even looking at GameStop right now. GameStop's just not really doing anything. Still just locked onto gamma neutral. So is now about time to mention that Gurkus tried to explain complex market mechanics to me while I was blackout drunk at 2 a.m. Did you get it though? Okay, so just because something's down doesn't mean it's going to go back up. All of you guys that want to pile into the ruble and fund Putin's war. You can't time me out from Ko-Fi. Trash Dan for admin, superstar mod, spirit animal co-streamer. Okay. What happened to DJI? Did they shut DAO down earlier and I missed it? I don't think so. It looks like it's kind of just following the same trend as the rest of the market. What the fuck is Jimmy? What's Cat doing today? Still presenting just very nice entries. What is this? Nonsense. You look like an Arabian horse merchant from Persia. Enjoy this $3 for your vertical pickle farm, you sunshine-filled ray of hope. Thank you so much, Magic Mirror. What's your take on GMF? It's about half of the all-time high. It's getting traction with other investors. Don't ask me about shitty penny stocks. Graphene? Ew. No one even knows what the free float is? Yeah, no thanks. It doesn't even look good. Like, from a technical perspective, it looks like it failed the test at $2.70. It's coming back down. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Is the ruble a penny stock? No, it's just a penny. Do we really have 2.1k viewers and 1.9k likes? Girk should have left RSS months ago. Tell me quando we see 180 again, Magic Pickle Man. I don't know. Hopefully soon. Before March 10th, I would say is our best bet. How do you feel about offshore oil drillers asking for the 510 gang? Is this sexual, or are you asking like about the sector? I don't like oil exploration or mineral exploration. Oil exploration tends to be a little bit better, but I don't really like investing in either one. If TA never existed, do you think the market would move differently? Hard to say. Chaos. Could the market exist if and TA not be figured out? It's like the Schrodinger's market. Is that a black or brown zip-up hoodie or a comfy? Wouldn't you like to know? A Snuggie? It's a Snuggie. We were retaining way higher prices between our cycles last year. Well, that's because they shorted the shit out of us. If you told me 20 years ago I'd be buying gold with Bitcoin because Russia invaded a country while I was waiting for my childhood store to be worth millions a share, I would have believed it. Uranium and liquid natural gas will be doing interesting things in the coming months. I agree, yeah. This could accelerate that uranium squeeze that I was talking about. How's I'm closing on a price for less than our offer price, and I need to pony up more than I've lost on GME since November. Thus, I hereby declare I am dropping Pigeon Whale as of tomorrow. Shame me now or forever hold your peace. Shame! Shame upon you, Aggro Crag. How dare you relieve yourself of the financial burden of my YouTube membership in order to better your own life? Shame! Dan's feast on his bloated, fat little pigeon whale corpse, tear his wings asunder, and devour of his flesh. Getting banned from SS is really going to affect your Reddit karma. Should I up my daily forced donations in order to help you internalize this loss? It's up to you. I think my karma's okay. I have like a lot of I have a lot of karma. I don't know what I'm going to do with it all. I'm hoping I can leverage it one day into nothing. Maybe now I finally won't get downvoted when I make witty replies on things in R all. You selling us your BP and uranium CCs now? You buying? Thoughts on Hawaiian shirts? Is it acceptable to wear year round or only seasonally? Are you above the age of 50? Cancel your Reddit account now for big money to the BlackRock overlords. When Reddit IPOs, it's gonna be worth tens of dollars. I know. I'm being told you can remove the ban yourself if you DRS one share. Never. Why would I want GameStop to pay $600 for me to DRS one share? I've already told you guys my MOASS strategy for my shares. When the borrow rate is above 150%, I'm going to turn on share lending. I'm going to wait 3 days, and then I'm going to recall all my shares by selling them. Hopefully at the peak. Thus creating another peak. Of course they pay a fee. It's a business agreement. What do you think? CS just does it for free? I thought CS did it for free and then sold CCs on the stash. I don't think that'd be the worst thing a transfer agent was ever accused of, but thanks, Rise. Do you think Jeremy mentioned the computer share number at earnings to point out that earnings could have been higher if we weren't DRSing? No. I'm sure they just did it because it was significant. It's 5% of the float. Materially relevant for the accounting team. Larry Fink, I heard you and Dr. Gingerballs are posting links to your eBay listings for your covered calls. Is this why you were banned? Wasn't there a lawsuit filed to get access to the shareholders list, canceled after they released DRS count in the last earnings? I have no idea what happened with that guy. Did JFresh get banned too? Probably. Any sign of D. Lauer hype this week yet? Been offline. I have no idea what Lauer's hyping. What does that say about their position? That there's risk. Do red calls cost same like green call? Yeah. You can just look at calls the way I do when I'm rolling. Look how much cheaper this call is now. Did I get banned? I've been working. I don't know, JFresh. Maybe. You might have been banned. You were acting as a Trojan horse while I was financially inside of you. Apparently. Even though I didn't even read your DDs yet. What did I miss? How's the day been? It's been pretty good, CJet 13. Will we ever see 122 again? Not with that attitude. Where do you think BBY can go if it passes 17? 1701. Have you DRS'd your AMC shares? How bullish are you on their earnings causing MOASS? Do you think JFresh reads your DD? Sometimes. How can a broker afford to pay everyone if MOASS gets into the six figures? Well, because the shares that they own in their street name would also go into the six figures, which would raise their assets under management, right? So if like Fidelity has, you know, 1 million shares of GameStop and those go up in value, are we getting this? What happened with Dillard's? Who the fuck knows? Market makers gave up on it. They were probably tired of getting burned. They're working hard to shake those call options off GME. They really are. I don't like wheeling the SPY. I'm going to be honest with you. Maybe because I just don't want to buy 100 shares of it. It's probably profitable. But like, because of the short-term expirations, calls are kind of cheap. I don't know. It takes a lot of effort. Let's fucking go. Power hour.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Thinking like, I mean, like that strategy is very profitable, Moon. Like just selling CSPs, you just never want to get assigned. But really better in a bear market, or a bull market rather. If you had 100 shares of Google, would you wheel that bad boy? Fuck yeah. What's the inside joke on all this Dan bullshit? It's a whole thing. If you don't know about the Dans, you can read their well, they're the Book of Dans over on Our Dillionaires. Check it out. Gives an idea into their inception here. Where is all the expired options? They just pile up in a big stack until someone shovels them out of the obligations warehouse. Do you have a song for 2:70 p.m. when CNS closes? Estimated windmill. Where can I learn about wheeling? There's a couple good books on it that I've read like half of. Are FTDs in the obligations warehouse ever due by any specific date? No, it just costs a lot of money to keep the obligations there. It's very expensive. They'd prefer if the obligations don't go to the obligations warehouse and they can just internalize and roll them through CNS over and over and over again until they go away. Have you had 100 shares of SPY? Couldn't you probably have sold CCs like 2 to 3% out of the money on each expiry and not get assigned even during the bull trend?
not including SLD recovery periods. Yeah, but you can just sell CSPs on those and just collect premiums and never have to have any shares, which is much more preferable. I would rather do that. How high do you think Smooth is? Higher than the SPY? All-time high. I'm not in a bad mood. I'm in a great mood, Duke. You clearly haven't been here today. Ain't nothing happening today. Sideways into close. Fucking looks like it. What's the next major resistance if we break past 130? 140? Check Pigeonwell chat. Valuable info I uncovered. Watch the video to find out. I'll watch it later. I don't like watching videos while I'm taking me out of my zone, Darth. Isn't that the warehouse that burnt down? When's the next day to look for potential significant movement? If nothing by tomorrow, or ideally in the pre-market tonight, but by tomorrow close, I'm going to be moving my contracts forward with the expectations that a margin call has occurred. What does T stand for? Trade. Ban Darth for brigading Pigeonwell chat. I just popped in. Have you talked about the 65 billion in Citadel? Yes. The cost to borrow rates are going up. And while you're at it, can you explain internalization, please? God damn it. Son of a bitch. All of those things are irrelevant. They're irrelevant to the discussion. If margin call, then MOASS, well, something. You never watch Chugs during stream anymore. I know. It's because I know how they end, you know. It's just, I don't know. I do watch them, but after it helps me recoup. I have a ton of March 18s. How long are you looking to move them out? Weeks or months? I might move some. I have some that, you know, if we're up a little bit would be on the money. I'd probably move my closer to the money ones out to April, and then I might like take my out of the money ones and move them to like maybe like March 25th. Is that a date? Not a date that I love though. $265. God, it's so narrow. Maybe I'll just move them all out to April 14th. Yeah, maybe April. I wouldn't be holding them very long though if I do move them out to April. Do they pay the NSCC? Essentially, yeah. Interesting timing. It is. Can we go over your margin call theory? It's not really a theory. They just changed the rules all of a sudden last Thursday. And those rule changes were either in order to protect a member or to protect existing members from another member. And we'll find out which of those two answers is true in the coming weeks. No calves, no cards. Okay, I'll just go back to, I can go back to making cards again. I miss it. It was a nice release. Can you explain what accidentally released FTD numbers imply? Nothing was accidentally released. It's just the FTD numbers through the 15th of Feb that we already had. They've done that before. It's not the first time it's happened. They don't need to purchase shit. They're net long. Did you miss that part? How did everybody miss the part where their long stock value exceeds their short stock value? Jesus Christ, man. Shit gets so blown out of proportion. Citadel released a net long position information in their yearly report. Ridiculous. We both know you won't see that. Is max pain the same as delta neutral? No, not always. Delta neutral is way lower than max pain. Gamma neutral. Usually relatively close, at least. Citadel's the DMM for GameStop. After the no allocations of OPEX, there's another legal date for allocations, or they just stick those expired options in pending mode forever. I mean, they have to be satisfied, but if there's a margin call, there can be quite a delay before they are. So I've been working today. Story of the day. Spy has brought us down, or more than that. I mean, Spy brought us down from our very nice morning. And now we're just basically chopping on gamma neutral, and probably they'll try to close out the day below it. It's at 120 right now. Yeah, how do people not know that so like the 1st through 15th FTD data is reported on the 30th, and then the 15th through the 30th is reported on the 15th. It's always been a 15-day delay, and yeah, it's intentional. Do you own Loopering? Yeah. Is it worth anything yet? Thanks, Jay Vanderheim. Has there been a historic trend on the time between margin call and liquidation unwind? I mean, it's up to the lender, ultimately. If the lender wants to start liquidating positions, they can begin immediately. But you know, in some instances, they will delay in order to preserve a relationship with the defaulted party. You say institutions went net long AMC. What's the effects of that? The stock ran up. They covered, closed their shorts, and now they just sell covered calls on a highly volatile stock to a bunch of people who own more stock than their CFO. We're not waiting for FTDs from the futures. That was due March 8th. Might be mixing dates. Those were due Feb 8th. Feb 1st through 8th. And we ran up from those. We're approaching another futures period, which should be interesting. How do they put out the FTDs to the 15th to the 30th on the 15th? They plan them in advance? Crime. I'm writing a DD. Don't get banned. It's so true on AMC. For anyone interested, I have a DD on the position flip in my drive under DD folder. Thank you, Bob. Bob does. Bob has an excellent DD on the position flip for AMC. GME shorts, same like CDOs. Everything's eventually a debt obligation, right? If you brigade me with upvotes, you can get me banned. It's only fair. I mean, a DD is astounding as they intentionally delay FTD reports. I don't know, man. I don't see how I could avoid drawing people's attention to something so groundbreaking and revolutionary. Can you make a vid explaining CCs on the other stream? Probably. Yeah, I probably could do that. I think I need to explain more about options first. That's the video that I'm working on right now. Is going deeper into, you know, options pricing, Black Scholes, Greeks. DRS, exclamation, computer share is the official GME transfer agent. Don't forget, exclamation point. I don't think anyone forgot. Did you guys forget? Thank God that guy reminded us. Why current call options are you holding for GME? What? You guys forgot already? Ah. How do you decide at what price to sell your covered calls for GME? Haven't sold very many of them. To be completely frank with you. The last ones that I sold were like in March of last year. I would probably aim for like 5 to 10% above like the Tuesday FTD spike on weeks when I didn't expect any price action, which is not this period. And then, you know, just keep money on hand to buy them back if I need to. What positions are you holding for GME? I have March 18 and some April calls and some March 4th calls. And then I have shares, a bunch of shares. Would it be worth discussing IV pumps for earnings and how you can profit from that? Yeah, you can sell the IV to someone else who's trying to profit from earnings. I feel like you know the answer to this already, Bob. You can be the market maker. Same guys harassing you on your daily post are now going after ginger balls. Brain drain has been short hedge funds tactics for months now, it seems. Most intellectuals are leaving SS. Yeah. I transferred my shares, a computer share, and back to Fidelity today. And that seems overly complex. So like, I don't know. I don't know if the transferring of shares is all that good for the stock, either direction. But I mean, if you put them in there, you must have had a reason. Why bother taking them back out? I do, but I was asking for people on stream since we have earnings coming up. Oh, yeah. I mean, you just sell the IV spike, right? And then buy it back the next day. Not shares. You sell calls while the IV is high, and then you can buy them back the next day for significantly cheaper than you sold them for. If you transfer out of computer share, is that a brown circle? I don't know. People on SS saying SEC accidentally released FTD numbers that are identical to 2 weeks ago, artificially delaying. No, 2 weeks ago, they accidentally released all of the FTD numbers up to the current date. This week, they released the ones they were supposed to that they accidentally released last time. Is there any mechanic that you know of that would let MMFTDs be tied to quarterly options expiry in the sense that it causes the spike once per quarter? No. Not FT. So if they satisfy GACs, anytime we have like a high volume event, it generates FTDs through market maker, bona fide market making and ETFs. Which was on the 26th of January, actually, was the big spike in price action that we had due to the leap expiration. It was on the final day of T+2. These will be due on the 3rd, I believe. 3/3. But yeah, if they're satisfying their gamma exposure through synthetic share creation, they can't use bona fide market making to do this, but they can use bona fide market making to do other things in relation to this. So there is some MMFTDs, but the ETF FTDs can be pretty high from this if they have to satisfy gamma exposure and create shares. So it does tie in, but the actual price action from the gamma exposure, like we saw on January 26th, is realized within that T+2 period, except for OPEX this time. We're not really realizing any price action, which is very suspicious given the rules change and everything that's occurred. With the potential of margin call, why would it happen now versus when we were trading at roughly twice where we were trading now? Well, remember how I said that they likely packaged their short position into total return swaps? Those may be due now. Right? If they were 1 year, they might not have been able to get a counterparty for, 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 years. They might have only been able to get a counterparty for 1. And so if these are coming due, I mean, that could definitely cause a margin call. I mean, they're right, though. The SEC has no reason to delay FTD reporting. They do. It protects people creating FTDs from, if they were reporting FTDs in real time, those positions would be exposed and it would create risk and volatility in the market. And they don't want that. They're very against unknown things happening. Serious question here. I totally forgot who the transfer agent for GameStop is. Just had a crazy thought. What if somebody was got some kind of exposure covering delay because of erroneously released FTD report that disclosed the next period ahead of where we are now? Interesting. Possible. I don't know how much control SEC has over FINRA margin obligations in that regard, though. Like, could FINRA have given them an extension because of that? Possibly. Especially if, like, big institutions piled in order to fucking squeeze them. But I don't remember the FTDs being very significant from the 1st to the 15th of Feb. It was, I mean, not a lot there. It looked like ETF FTDs were starting to spike up again. Market makers serve no real purpose. They create liquidity. If it's volatile, it's volatile. Yeah, people say that, but then they don't like to own volatile stocks, which drives interest away from the markets. It's a really interesting thought, but I'd like to see a regulation that dictates that. I mean, FINRA can basically do whatever the fuck they want. Their regulations are pretty open-ended in regards to margin calls, at least. Hope you're good. Did you talk about how you're playing the Google split? I have 1 share. Thanks as always. I mean, you'd probably want 4 more. But yeah, I'm gonna just keep selling cash secured puts until I can, and try to reduce my cost basis, and then I'll start to sell them like nearer and nearer to in the money until I get filled as we approach the split, and hopefully that'll offset the cost basis for me. I'm just selling weeklies right now. That's what I'm getting at. Sure, it didn't look significant to us overall, but you could picture the exposed party crying foul, right? Yeah, I could see that being a way to offset an obligation for a brief period of time. Although they do have to submit like a written request in order to do that, but I could see it being approved because of the accidental dump in FTD data. You look to the right up and down, and then look to the left up and down. Sounds a bit weird, but eventually you'll find out what it's for. Oh, and try to smile. Is that good? Sufficient? I need to swap my burger. Should I wait so I'm not stuck in the middle, or do you think there's still a chance of a run? And should I wait a couple more weeks? I mean, I still think it could run. I probably wouldn't transfer shares right now, but it's up to you. If you need to move brokers, you need to move. If I don't DRS my shares, am I going to be allowed to participate in a squeeze of epic proportions, or does it exclude me? Does DRS mean didn't realize we squeezed? Face scanned. Awesome. We're going along with that delay to the dump idea. Do you know what the potential delay in settlement might be in this case? Interesting, and agree. It didn't seem like a mistake. No. Like I said, the rule is really open-ended. They can give them 15 trading days, or alternatively, you know, they can extend that. They can keep extending that 15 trading day reconciliation window for like another 60 days if there's issues obtaining the asset, like if it's illiquid, which I don't think they can make a case for reasonably, but they could try. And who the fuck knows if FINRA would approve it or not. Or, you know, they can... I think, and even then, I think they can delay as long as they choose. But it is still ultimately the counterparty's decision, right? Like the counterparty can still start to force close, even if, you know, FINRA gives them an extension. So if they give them an extension, it's like in good faith that they're going to attempt to rectify the situation. I think if no action is being taken to rectify the call, then, you know, they're going to just shut it down. When selling in the money cash covered puts, cash secured puts, is it viable to sell far dated expiry just to make theta cash while you hope to get a signed same day? Or is it unlikely to be signed if it's a long expiry? I mean, it can be assigned at the end of the week, even if it's a long expiry. But the reason I would be selling them more and more in the money is because as we approach the split, the price of the stock is likely going to go up on Google. And so the odds of me getting assigned will be slim, but the premiums will be very tasty. How come you never mentioned me earlier? Thank you, Johnny. Sorry, Johnny A. Been here forever. Kids fell asleep immediately upon breathing fresh air for the first time in months. Back to chart watching. Bullish. Thanks, Phil the Shill. Just found out my company to win my contracts rebid. New company will probably offer me 20% less. Silver lining is I'll have access to my 401k funds for the rollover period soon. Fuck my life. That sucks. Or, yeah. If you're selling options, you want theta on your side. So you would want to sell 45 DTE because that's where you get the best theta ramp. Yeah. I mean, you can make a lot of money on weeklies too and take less risk. I have 10 weeklies. No. After MOASS, I'm going to sell CCs on computer share. No. No, you're not. That's not how that works. I do find it odd that you can't sell CCs from computer share, though. I feel like I've learned about a lot about options from you, but still don't feel quite confident enough to actually try. That's fine. That's a good, cautious approach to options. You could try paper trading them to learn more about the actual managing of an options position without risking any capital. I highly suggest anybody interested in options paper trades them for quite some time before actually losing their real money. It's much easier to recover from the losses of fake money. Too low volume today. Have you seen covering of all the FTDs from Jan you talked about earlier today, right? Yeah, I think the volume's a little bit too low today for anything substantial to have happened. Yes, I know CS isn't a broker. I'm going to sell CPU CCs. Okay. How do we know CS isn't lending shares? They're not allowed to. Can you cross your eyes and stick out your tongue like those famous TikTokers? No, you're taking it too far. Recover money equals hit the reset button. Big movements after hours? Maybe. Thoughts on splitting up your position between brokers? I do. I prefer to have my position in a few brokerages. To those of you mad at me for joking about DRS, I'm sorry. If it makes you feel better, I DRS 99.9% of my shares, so that way I have one share left that I can sell during MOASS. How big of you? Negative betaing real hard right now. Bullish. Ooh, is CNS closed? It is. Is that when we started our run? Was our CNS line? Well, sort of. Close enough, right? The time is estimated. You still looking at futures roll v fail, or does that not apply anymore? It still absolutely applies, and I'm definitely looking at it. So no real price improvement today or pre-market tomorrow. Then the failed OPEX. Margin call is the most likely scenario. I mean, unless we already saw all of OPEX, but I would say that that is unlikely, given the amount of volume traded since the due date. Did you hear about the incoming nuke targeted at Brooklyn? I didn't. Oh no. Total Russian exposure nearly $10 billion. Ouch. I figured I would stop by and say hi on my way to lunch. So hi. What's up, man? How long till margin calls? Is March 18's gonna cut it? I mean, if they don't cut it by tomorrow, I'm gonna turn them into something else. What's the March 1st theory? It's the T plus 2 plus 36 from January 21st options expiration from the leaps. You all see the dude on SS that has 28,000 shares DRS? I almost felt bad for that guy. I don't know. I just feel like any like 5x DRS thing is just fake. Like, I just don't believe them. I'm sure people do it, but it just makes no sense to me. Like, if the stock were to trade sideways and it were to become like a long-term investment, then like the ability to sell CCs on that position is super, super valuable. Is SLD over? Not entirely. No, it actually, I think the settlement period actually ends on the 2nd, this Wednesday. Which would be interesting with the way that lines up with the January 26th FTDs. Weird options activity today, like we saw on Friday. Yeah. What if most covering has been due T plus 6 plus 35, but they have used to do it T plus 2 plus 35. We'll see them now covering T plus 6 plus 35. That's possible. January ETF. Hold on. It's the wrong one. January 21st. ETF FTDs would be due March 9th. In your first year of trading with real money, did you do pretty well? I did. I also got really lucky, but I did really well as well. A big chunk of doing really well was me getting lucky. What's the case for an after hours run? Better to settle CNS shit at night when there's no delta hedge pushing it. Do you see the chart exchange tweet on FTDs and SEC holding up info? No. Everyone knows they're holding up the info. It's not like a surprise. Sending my CS shares back to Fidelity is more painful than sending it to CS. Hypothetically speaking, if you were to mod admin at Dan, who would you choose? None of the above. Who do I give my money to? Yourself? I don't know. Why would any fund allow risk exposure to carry to the full expiration of exposure before covering obligations as opposed to covering throughout the obligation extension as volume and pricing allow? I agree. I agree that there is a very good chance that the FINRA holiday extension allowed them to dilute the volume over several days, but the volume does seem to be insufficient even up through today. Historically low volume levels for the last few days, with the exception of last Thursday, which I do agree. You know, last Thursday was supposed to be the OPEC state. We saw significant price improvement. I'm not saying it's out of the question that that obligations have not already been covered. I just think it's unlikely that they've been covered to their full extent. I mean, if you look at Turd's ETF flow data, our volume should be significantly greater than what we've seen play out so far. So I would say that there's at least still some bags being held. I think that negative flow data indicates that. Claim DRS equals NFT dividend no one else gets is fake FOMO. Yeah. I mean, there's no dividend. Even if they announced a dividend, everybody would have like a bunch of time to register their shares to get it. Sorry, by extension I mean C35. This allows for 7 trading weeks worth of obligations to be resolved as the volume and market pricing allows. Yeah, but we do know that the majority of these obligations are cash settled though. And through that cash settlement, I mean, obviously they're not going to take liquid capital and give it away until they're done making money with it, right? Like you would definitely, I think that's why we see them settle these obligations at the last possible minute. Because I agree, it doesn't make any sense for them to delay over the entire 35-day extension otherwise. But if it's just a cash settlement, then it makes sense, right? Because they would want to keep that cash working for them as long as possible. Would you say that there's possibly an error in your calculations? At least in how much volume is needed. This isn't the first time your volume has been off. I'm not saying there isn't. I'm just saying it doesn't seem sufficient given the volume, the short volume that is due. The covering does not seem sufficient. It could be off. I don't know. But I do know that there is a window in which to look for it to occur. And if it doesn't, I mean, nothing's really changed, right? The price is still floating between 120 and 125. Again, just because it's a risk I'm willing to take doesn't necessarily mean it's a risk someone else is willing to take. Could they halt into close today? They could halt into close any day. You have to remember that OPEC's obligations are due for the entire sector, not just GME. Yeah, and I haven't seen them play out anywhere. Additionally, we haven't seen the short volume get covered on XRT. Which is a very good indication that they have cleared out the obligations from the ETF. We saw the puts get closed, but no sufficient price action to indicate that that gamma exposure was covered. And there are prevailing market conditions that could also create risk and possibly offer additional delays in settlement from FINRA. I mean, to be fair, the conflict in the Ukraine was not in Ukraine was not on the table just a few weeks ago, right? True resolution and cash settle. That's possible. I agree with that. Oh, sorry. We're moving up. 122.69. Yeah, OSTK had a very obvious OPEX run disguised by horrible earnings. I've seen it. I saw it like last night. I'm aware. Is there any way to help you and the quants? I got math up through Calc 3. If you guys need data or someone to double check numbers, outputs. I think we're okay right now. I mean, if I ever need anything, I'll be the first to reach out to the community and say, you know, there's a problem we're having a hard time solving. But you know, right now I'm not like adding anybody to the quant team unless, you know, a lot of people have been added because the stuff they're working on has lined up with stuff we were working on, and you know, their expertise in their individual area was would help flesh out what we were looking into. And so I would say the most recent additions to the quant team were due to that. If they run it up in after hours and rug pull tomorrow, I'd be better off holding and selling tomorrow. 414, 510s from the IV spike over 130, 135 weeklies. Yeah. Pi-Fi is a deep fake. Deploy the big guns. Stefan and Guybrush. Take a look at the discussion Mama P and I have going. There are items of interest. Oh, okay, that'd be cool. Yeah, I'll check it out. Where? In FWFB? If my shares are DRS, can they still be lent out? No. Absolutely not. Just saying quant team. Hashtag 510 gang infiltrates the quants hugs. The quant team is far more degenerate than the 510 gang, let me tell you. You guys are at a basic level of degeneracy. If the quant team needs a psychiatrist, hit me up. They do. But if, I mean, do they have an obligation due today that it would make sense to halt into close? Sorry, I didn't really watch it. I mean, they have FTDs due from January 21st, provided they have not covered them all already. Has its own thread off of Big Hall. Okay, I'll check it out. Thanks, Gaff. Since you lost out on 69% of your BlackRock bonus for being banned from SS, thank you so much, Doug Glatt. I appreciate it. Yeah, Larry is pissed. You know, he told me to DRS my shares and go with the flow, buy more advertising slots. I didn't do any of the above, so he's just been throwing a shit fit in his office all day. He'll get over it. Calling it now. We've still gone rip. I truly believe that we're in uncharted territory with an international fail. Over 5 quarters of OPEX price movement doesn't just vanish. Big moves incoming. I fucking love your bullishness, man. Turd, I've lost so much money as a degenerate. Also, my wife's an actual psychologist. I mean, that's what people don't understand about the quant team is we're betting on all of our shitty predictions, not the best ones that we create, right? Like the best estimations that we can come out with are released publicly. But like all of the bullshit that we dig through in advance, we're wildly bullish on all of it before we realize it's complete crap. You could get the quant team a real psychiatrist, but why do that when I'm a fake psychiatrist with penguin socks and a monocle? Fuck. You're not making I mean, bullish. If the quant team needs someone to eat a large number of Trader Joe's ice cream Sammys for them, reach out. We'll do, Hartley. Does my like 11 minutes before market close help? It does. It does, Matt, with 2 T's. All the likes help, and a great way to show your support for us here at Pickle Financial. If you can, drop a subscribe and hit that notification bell so you know when we go live. You guys didn't think I had it in me. I do. Wait till I start the streams with, "What's up, 510 gang?" So turgid. If you're trying to talk me out of this, I sort of feel made for that. Your boy loves to gamble. Save my 510 Ukraine princess hugs. Nice. Going full streamer would be worse than cashew eating directly in my ear. I just want to make sure that people know that I'm fully capable of being that. And I choose not to. It's there. The 510 can get a channel in the Billionaires Country Club instead of our thread. I'll think about it. Yes. I'll add one if I remember. Someone remind me. $1 million end of day. I'd be happy with like 125. Give us the last few minutes of the stream suppressed in your YouTuber persona. I already feel like queasy from doing it for just those few brief seconds. I would need like a lot of like Pepto-Bismol or something to keep that up for an entire day. I don't know how they do it. Adderall, cocaine. I'm gonna fucking DM trades and be like, how the fuck do you do that? Just what's so fucking exciting all day? I said queasy. Selling off shares later on a VIX spike. Probably. Yeah. Speedballs. Imagine how trades feels. I try not to. What do you think every TV host, news anchor is a raging alcoholic? Interesting. If you slap the camera, I'm dropping my sub. Why would you slap your camera? Do people do that? What's more exciting than 1 year long Wyckoff accumulation where manipulation of the new lows lasts for weeks before getting faked out again and another new low for weeks? Oh boy. Some of the Dans can pole dance. Interesting. If the buy order is big enough, can it go up more than 10% before halt? Yeah. That 10 gang requests no channel because we like the thread. Hugs because Pickle North hits his Ko-Fi quota. I'll do a poll later. And you guys can decide for yourselves. When will you release your tax returns? After I get elected as president. My boom hunter is tingling. That's called worms. You should get that checked out by your local veterinarian or doctor. Would you answer my questions more if I was a member? Probably even less. At that point, I've already like gotten your money, right, Smooth? You would just be able to ask them more often. What do you think is causing this price action? FTDs? Maybe OPEX? I don't know. Someone's buying the fucking stock. Who cares? I have a theory based on absolutely nothing. Melvin has been margin called and is being liquidated. They'll be the scapegoat for this. That's why Citadel pulled their cash out. Probably. I usually say interesting things to things that are unimportant. Do you find my comments interesting? Curious. What day this week has the most FTDs, do you? Probably today. There's FTDs due every day. I think 510 Gang Channel is your ally. You've merely adapted the 510 Gang. We're born in it, molded by it. We didn't see the light of a channel until we were galvanized by Freg's Day. And by then, we were used to the degeneracy. A channel can't contain us. Okay, you seem to be very vocal and opinionated about this. Pickle Morty. I'm confused. Puzzling. All-time chart on Express pretty much confirms the cycles theory. Timing the runs has been tricky but very profitable. Thanks for the free money to buy more GMA. You got it on Chargebacks. Good luck to you, man. SPY up 1.5% in 30 minutes, just like Jamie. This ain't FTDs. Isn't it? And if they have short FTDs and active funds are buying, who do you think's selling? You guys do know that's how that works, right? Are you staying after hours? Fuck no. I'm burnt out. Today was too high energy. I can't do this again. Tomorrow is going to be much more relaxed. Did you actually wear face paint for the Cosmic Lightning Hunter collab stream, or was it all a lie? It was a lie. I didn't wear face paint. Not writing you a love letter, but thank you for keeping level after all the wildness this weekend. Glad to be weathering the storm with y'all wild folks. Thanks, Trash. When are you going to start donating to ask us questions? Literally never. XRT green on the day. Cool. Turned $50 into $90 with Express Weeklies. Epic. Fuck yeah, man. Yeah, that burst of streamer personality really fucking, that was all my energy. Ding ding. Oh, it's over. Well, 4% up. Not a bad day. And then now 3%. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. And thank you all for sticking with us. It's very much appreciated. I know a lot of you have dealt with a lot of shit on Reddit over the last several weeks. And it's good to have you here. Have a good one, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog. Not an advisor. Frigulon.